All right, thanks everybody. Appreciate that extra couple of minutes. We did make extra photocopies of the agenda, and that's placed out in the hallway table if you didn't have a chance to grab one. I'll go ahead and call the August 26th City Council meeting to order at 6:05 p.m. And we'll start. I'll ask you to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. All right, we'll start by doing a roll call of City Council members in attendance. So Ms. Trimble, when you're ready.
Me too. Anderson.
Present.
Becerra. I believe she's absent this evening.
Yes.
Campbell.
Here.
Carlino.
Present.
Farmer. Also absent.
Yes.
Jones.
Present.
Jordan.
Present.
Melson.
Present.
Nugent.
Present.
Savage.
Absent this evening.
Absent, okay. Sherrill.
Present.
Vasecka.
Present.
All right, I believe that is 7 members in attendance.
All right, I have 9.
Oh, no, I have more than that, sorry. Go ahead. We do have a quorum.
Great, thank you. All right, appreciate that. We have 9 City Council members in attendance, and we'll move on to the approval of the minutes from June 24th, 2024. Any council changes? Questions? No, not seeing any. Not seeing any online. Okay, those will go ahead and be approved as submitted. Thank you. Next item is number 3, announcing changes to the committee meeting agenda scheduled for this coming Wednesday, the 28th. Ms. Trimble, are there any changes to the council committee schedule?
There are no changes, but there are a couple special things I'd like to mention. We do have a special joint meeting of the City Council and the County Commissioners at 3 p.m. on Wednesday. And we also do not have any committee meetings the following Wednesday after Labor Day.
Great, thank you for that clarification. I'll take the opportunity now to mention that Monday, September 2nd is Labor Day, so City Council doesn't hold a meeting that day, and then there is not any scheduled committee meetings. But there is this Wednesday, and if you're interested in knowing what's on that committee, you can find all that information out on City Council meetings, and in the calendar you can click on those committee meetings and find out all the content of what is being discussed. All right, that brings us to agenda item number 4, which is special presentations and proclamations. We don't have any neighborhood council updates this evening, and we do, however, have 2 proclamations. So I'll go ahead and I will start with the first, which is the Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month. Whereas ovarian cancer is the 5th leading cause of cancer deaths among women in the United States and causes more deaths than any other gynecologic cancer. And whereas the 5-year survival rate for ovarian cancer varies greatly depending on the stage of diagnosis. And whereas the lack of an early detection test for ovarian cancer combined with its vague symptoms mean that approximately 80% of cases of ovarian cancer are detected at an advanced stage. And whereas improved awareness of the symptoms and genetic risks of ovarian cancer by the public and healthcare providers can lead to a quicker diagnosis. And whereas each year during the month of September, Ovarian Cancer Research Alliance, or known as OCRA, and community partner organizations hold a number of events to increase public awareness of ovarian cancer and its symptoms. Now, therefore, I, Andrea Davis, Mayor of the City of Missoula in the state of Montana, hereby recognize the month of September 2024 as Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month. And I know we have Mary Stockdale, who's here in the room, and may want to say a couple of words about this, and happy to have you come on up. I'll turn the microphone on, and go ahead and say your name for the record as well.
Thank you. So officially, I'm Mary Stockdale, but I use Molly. Most people know me as Molly Stockdale.
Apologies. How did I know that was official?
And I just wanted to say I am a 9-year survivor of ovarian cancer, and I am one of the lucky ones that's still around because my cancer was caught early. It can be a very deadly cancer, especially because there is not an early detection test. And a lot of people don't know that. Ovarian Cancer Research Alliance, we work with medical students to make them more aware of the symptoms of ovarian cancer, as well as reaching out to women. If anybody is interested, concerned, please feel free to reach out to me, or we have excellent providers here at both St. Pat's and Community Medical Center, where I was lucky to be treated and cured. Thank you very much.
We're very happy for that too, Molly. Thank you so much for making sure that we recognize that today. And good choice of color. We know that that is the color of ovarian cancer awareness. You wear it well.
Go teal.
Thank you very much. All right, we have another proclamation this evening, and this is for International Overdose Awareness Day. Whereas the City of Missoula does affirm and acknowledge the harm and hardship caused by drug overdose. And whereas we recognize the purpose of International Overdose Awareness Day as remembering loved ones lost to overdose and ending the stigma of drug-related deaths. And whereas we resolve to play our part in reducing the toll of overdose in our community, which claimed the lives of more than 170 Missoula County residents since 2014, with countless more affected forever. And whereas we affirm that the people affected by overdose are our sons and daughters, our mothers and fathers, our brothers and sisters, our neighbors, and deserving of love, compassion, and support. Now, therefore, I, Andrea Davis, Mayor of the City of Missoula in the state of Montana, hereby recognize the 31st day of August 2024 as International Overdose Awareness Day. Is there anybody in the audience that wishes to speak to this? Oftentimes we have community members that are here and wanting to recognize as part of the proclamation. Okay. All right, not seeing any, then we'll leave that as stands. Thank you very much. Okay, I'll just queue up what we have on the agenda this evening. We have several public hearings, and we have clearly members of the public here to participate. And so our city council adjusted the meeting agenda schedule, so we take care of those administrative items like you just witnessed up front, and then the bulk of city council business, often like land use matters that are regulated by state law in terms of a time frame by which city council needs to address them, are taken care of in the middle of the meeting, so all necessary city council business. And then towards the end, we have informational items. And that generally includes, we have a consent agenda that gets passed. There is regular, under council regular business, we have committee reports. Then there'll be public comment on items not on the agenda, and then mayor and council comments. I will say that all items, all public hearings and items for regular city business, there's opportunity for public comment, so I'll make sure that I walk everybody through those opportunities as we come. And then for council, I just wanted to note a couple of different things. Under regular business, we do have item 9.1EB, which is the Aspire Phase Subdivision. That public hearing has closed because it moved through the public hearing process. It went to City Council Committee for some additional questions and answering some additional information from council. So now it comes back under regular business. Like I mentioned, the public hearing is closed, but we will still take public comment on that, and then we'll take a vote. I'll also mention that there are two items on 9.3. The first is 9.3A, and as you remember from our public hearings last week, we postponed the decision, or basically the recommended motion. I shouldn't say there's a decision, because there really isn't one, for the council to approve a resolution levying taxes on the lots dealing with the downtown business improvement district. Two things on this. This is not a decision that council makes in terms of increasing a tax or not. These are the downtown businesses that choose to be part of the business improvement district, and they basically set their own fees, but council adopts that on an annual basis. The way in which the formula was established, that was what council did approve in 2020. That number is only can be calculated after the actual state Department of Revenue values are received. And so our clerk and recorder, Claire Trimble, can explain this much more eloquently, but they've been working on it and it's not ready for tonight, so we're suggesting that we delay that. Again, it does not impact the city council's set of decisions related to our statutory obligation as it relates to property taxes and those numbers being filed with Department of Revenue. Ms. Trimble, can you add to or please clarify anything I said, correct anything I said there?
That was basically correct. The Downtown Business Improvement District is a special district that was last renewed in 2020. It's been in existence much longer than that. The assessments for additional services, which include additional garbage pickup, additional street sweeping, other things that keep our downtown kind of bright and shiny and a good place to visit, are facilitated through this district, and the assessment is based on a percentage of the assessed value, and so we do have to wait each year for the assessed value to come from the state, and we just had some issues with the information that was provided to us in a downloadable and usable form this year, so it took a little longer. We will get those numbers out, and when we do, we'll run them by council too, so that council and everyone will be aware of what we're sending to the county to assess on those specific downtown parcels.
Okay, great. Thank you for that additional context. So 9.3A will come off the agenda this evening. And then just a quick note on 9.3B, Budget FY25 Revised Resolution Fixing Appropriations and Capital Improvement Plan. This is informational only. There was a calculation error in our WDesk software system, and when it was corrected, it decreased the impact on property taxes per 100,000 from $450.89 to $448.21. There is no decision making here for council. You've already adopted the budget, and the good news is that taxes have gone down. So it was 5.87%, and now we're at 5.07% in terms of a property tax increase. But I felt, and we felt like it was important for council to adopt this resolution because it does clarify and set the record straight. So that's what that item is, and we'll address that when we get there. And we could move that up now if anybody wanted to, because I just explained it. You want to do that? Let's just do it, because it's a really quick item. So again, this is non-decision making. The tax is already set. Good news is we've gone down since last Monday night. So if that is the case, then I'll go ahead and ask for a motion to be made by Council President Sherrill.
Thanks. With the budget fiscal year 25 revised resolution fixing appropriations and CIP, I move that we adopt the calculation error as corrected, decreasing the impact on property taxes per 100,000 from $450.89 to $448.21.
Wonderful, thank you. All right, there is a motion on the floor. Is there any public comment on this agenda item? Okay, not seeing any in the room. How about online? Not online. Okay, then Ms. Trimble, we'll do a roll call vote, please.
All right, beginning our roll call vote on item 9.3.B, beginning with Anderson.
Yes.
Campbell.
Yes.
Carlino.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Jordan? Yes. Melson?
Yes.
Nugent?
Yes.
Sherrill?
Yes.
And Vasecka?
Yes.
All right, we will get that corrected and in the record.
Wonderful, thank you very much. All right, as we start our public hearings, and we do have several, and because they are land use matters, City Attorney Sudbury, I was hoping that you could do just a very brief primer as you have for other land use decisions and give a quick synopsis on if council votes in such a manner that they are opposing a staff decision or something of record, then they're just the requirement by which you're advising for memorializing that decision.
Yeah, Ryan Sudbury with the City Attorney's Office. As you all probably are well aware, but I'll just reiterate it for this purpose. The decision of the City Council needs to be backed by supportable decision making. So the staff motion and the recommended staff report or the staff report that goes with it and the recommended motion contains that level of detail. So the staff has analyzed what it viewed as the review criteria applicable to these land use decisions and has made a recommended findings for you. To the extent that you disagree with the staff recommended findings, it's good to point those out. You can sort of even parrot the language of the finding and just come to a different conclusion or reference that finding and say you disagree because of X, Y, and Z justifications. But it's important that the CPDI staff can take the testimony given by City Council and turn it into findings and conclusions of law in the event that the City Council decides to vote not in alignment with the staff recommended motion, because we'll have to put together a revised or essentially a new finding of facts and conclusions of law to support council's decision if it doesn't go along with the staff decision. We've had this come up a couple of times recently, and city council members did a good job of laying their foundation and justification for why they felt like the project didn't meet the review criteria and why that was, be it public safety concerns or traffic concerns or inconsistent compatibility with surrounding development and those kinds of things. But it's important for City Council to lay the groundwork for that. Otherwise, decisions of City Council can be deemed arbitrary and capricious because they're not based on facts found in the record before City Council. So the one other element is, I'll just say it just to get out of the way, that where a land use matter involving rezoning as a protest, which I believe at least one of the things does tonight, there is a state law requirement for 2/3 majority of those present and voting on City Council. So we take the number of people who are present at the meeting and voting and identify what the 2/3 threshold is to pass a rezone in that circumstance. So those are the big issues. If I've missed something, let me know.
Well, yeah, those were the two I was looking for you to provide some additional context on.
Okay,
Thank you
great.
very much. Appreciate that. All right. So with that, we'll move on to our first agenda item under public hearings, and the first being item 5.1, which is an ordinance amending residency requirement update for fire and police departments. And we do not have a staff report here, but I will look to the Public Safety and Operations Committee Chair, Councilor Anderson.
Yes, thanks so much, Madam Mayor. Just a quick recap for folks. This was actually something that was brought forward to us from Missoula Police Chief Mike Collier. He requested that we make an amendment to the ordinance that would allow for people employed as police officers, employed for the city police department, to be allowed to live up to 60 miles from the city limits, and also added an exemption provision that would be needed to sign off on by both the police chief and HR director. Originally, this language as it was crafted, applied to both Missoula Police Department and Missoula Fire Department, because that's how the ordinance language had been written previously, that the residency requirement applied to both departments. The fire chief has requested that the language that had originally been in place, which is 45 minutes, continue to apply to his department, and then the police chief has made the request to change the application for his department. I sent all of my council members the revised language, sent it to the clerk's office, so have been advised by Brian Sudbury that it is okay for us to have ordinances applied differently to different departments, and so we are going to I move that we bring the change to only apply to the police department and leave fire as it was previously.
Okay. Thank you.
So, yes, so I don't know if you want me to read the recommended motion, which is to adopt an ordinance to amend Missoula Municipal Code 2.80.101 and 2.80.030 to the recommended language. And I do believe Claire can get that attached. But the language is to allow for police department to live 60 miles and for one-time exemption or exemptions to be given with the approval of the police chief and the HR director.
Okay, great. And so the presentation's been given. We see that on the screen, and motion's been made. Sorry, getting to the right council rules. I had a wrong document up. Oh, since we updated the council rules, they've changed their formatting online. Got it. All right. Are there any questions from council members? Not seeing any here in the room. All right. Not seeing any online. Okay. Great. So, Ms. Anderson, there were no questions from council. Will you go ahead and make the main motion, please?
Oh, okay, happy to do so. The main motion is to adopt an ordinance to amend Missoula Municipal Code 2.80.010 and 2.80.030.
All right.
To the recommended language as shown on the screen concerning resident requirements.
All right. Main motion's on the floor, and that will go ahead and then open the public hearing and open public comment. Is there anybody in the room that wishes to speak on this agenda item? Okay, not seeing anybody in the room. How about online? Are there any members of public wishing to speak to this agenda item? Okay, not seeing any members of the public. Then that concludes the public comment on this agenda item. We now move to parliamentary debate, so we can have either comments or questions. And Councillor Campbell.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be in support of this ordinance. As stated previously and during committee, it's a symptom of a much larger problem, that is the affordability issue of housing here in Missoula. Unfortunately, we're at this point where we got to allow the department with their officers, particularly new officers and new hires, breathing room to be able to find a place to call home if they don't come to town. I know firsthand from officers that prospectively look to come here from out of state. Perhaps they bring a wealth of experience to the department here. They come here and they see the cost of living, they see a cost of housing, and it doesn't work for them because they can't find affordability based on the salary that's being offered. So oftentimes we lose qualified candidates that way. So I see this as a way of bolstering the ability of the city at the chief's discretion to allow folks to come in and hopefully create a situation where we get new blood in the department to have a place for them to be housed. But again, it speaks to the larger problem of housing affordability here within the city of Missoula.
Thank you for your comments. Councillor Sherrill.
Yeah, thanks. I agree with, excuse me, my colleague, Mr. Campbell. I just want to, I'm going to be supporting it, of course, and appreciate the fact that Ms. Anderson worked with both the fire and the police union and making sure it worked for both of them. And a lot of work that's done on council behind the scenes to make things better, and I appreciate her doing that work.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. Other council comments on this item? I'm not seeing any here in the room. Any additional council comments online? No, I'm not seeing any. So then, Ms. Trimble, will take a roll call vote, please.
All right, beginning our vote on item 5.1, changing the residency requirement for police department, beginning with Campbell.
Yes.
Carlino.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Jordan. Yes. Melson.
Yes.
Nugent.
Yes.
Sherrill.
Yes.
Vasecka.
Yes.
And Anderson.
Yes.
And that passes unanimously with 9 in favor.
Wonderful.
That
Thanks.
will go into effect in 30 days.
Thank you for that clarification. That'll go into effect 30 days, and I also want to extend my appreciation, Councillor Anderson, for working with both departments and the unions. Certainly anything we can do to help make it easier for folks to be able to be gainfully employed and live in our community is helpful, especially for our first responders. Okay, but this speaks to all city staff. It's something we certainly are very attuned to on that front. 5.2, Growth Policy Amendment and Rezone 2141 MacDonald Avenue from RT 2.7 and C1-4, DE-C to C1-3, and DEC. We have a staff presentation here. Zoe Walters is here this evening, I believe, to present on this agenda item.
Yes, hi, thank you. Can everyone hear me and see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi everyone, my name is Zoe Walters. I'm an associate planner in community planning, development, and innovation. And Development Services has received a request from Lynn Edens of Montana Northwest Company, representing property owners Matthew Stevenson and Sarah Stevenson, to rezone the property located at 2141 MacDonald Avenue. The applicant requests to rezone from split zoning RT 2.7 residential and C14 neighborhood commercial with a design excellence overlay of corridor typology 1 to C13 neighborhood commercial with a design excellence overlay corridor typology 1. The proposed rezoning includes a request for a targeted growth policy amendment. The parcel has a split land use designation, and they're requesting to change the portion designated as residential medium to regional commercial and services. The rezoning is contingent upon City Council approval of the growth policy amendment, as zoning must comply with the growth policy land use designations. This rezoning, if approved, will result in a standard zoning district under Title 20, which cannot be conditioned. Standard zoning districts must apply the same requirements to all parcels within the same zoning district equally. The district parcel is located at 2141 MacDonald Avenue at the intersection of MacDonald Avenue and Brook Street. This location is within the Southgate Triangle neighborhood and City Council Ward 4, just south of the mall. The subject property is approximately 14,478 square feet in size and is currently vacant. The subject property is in a developed area of Missoula along Brook Street and is surrounded by single detached dwelling units to the south and east and commercial buildings to the north and west. The Bitterroot Branch Trail is located approximately 0.3 miles to the west of the subject property and can be accessed by sidewalk. The district property is located within the Midtown Master Plan area boundaries. The Midtown Master Plan was adopted as an amendment to the 2035 Our Missoula Growth Policy. Shown here are the current land use designations with the district property outlined in red. The applicable regional plan is the 2035 Our Missoula City Growth Policy. The subject property currently has a split designation of regional commercial and services and residential medium high. The residential medium high land use designation is applied to the majority of the subject property, and this area is intended for residential building types ranging in density from 12 to 23 dwelling units per acre. This use is identified for areas close to the core of the community and where city services and infrastructure are readily available. The city growth policy indicates the RT 2.7, RM 2.7, RMH, and R3 districts are current relatable zoning districts within the residential medium-high designation. The regional commercial and services land use designation is applied to the remainder of the subject property along the west property line. This is an area that accommodates uses with special land use needs and impacts. It encompasses uses with large land requirements, uses which involve outdoor storage, uses which are automobile or retail related, uses which provide support services to businesses and industries, and uses which support highway travel. Any development within this area should have a well-integrated transportation network which accommodates active transportation and provides access within and to adjacent development. The city growth policy indicates the C1, C2, M1R, and OP3 districts are current relatable zoning districts within the regional commercial and services designation. Shown here is the current zoning map with the subject property outlined in red. The subject property is split zoned, RT 2.7 residential and C14 neighborhood commercial with a design excellence overlay corridor typology 1. In the case of split zoning, the zoning ordinance states that for existing and proposed uses and structures, the more restrictive provisions of the applicable zoning district apply to the entire parcel. Under the current zoning, the entire parcel is treated as RT 2.7 residential. To rezone the full parcel to C13, a targeted growth policy amendment is required to extend the regional commercial and services land use designation to the east property line. The applicant requests to amend the growth policy land use designation on the subject property entirely to regional commercial and services, shown highlighted in blue. The regional commercial and services designation allows for commercial uses serving the needs of the broader region and residential uses. Plan amendments are reviewed to ensure consistency with goals and policies of the growth policy, state law, and any other applicable policies and standards adopted by the governing body. The growth policy states the following reasons for requesting a targeted growth policy amendment. In this instance, all reasons are present in the request. The first is that the plan lacks sufficient guidance to meeting emerging public needs. One emerging public need is the creation of more housing and employment opportunities. The amendment supports meeting that need by permitting more density and greater diversity of permitted housing types and permitted uses. The second reasoning is if the land use designations do not support development proposals. The current land use designation, residential medium high, limits potential development proposals along the Brook Street commercial corridor in Midtown. Due to the split designation, the applicant cannot make use of commercial designations intended to create a commercial corridor on Brook Street. The regional commercial and services land use designation would significantly enhance public benefits by allowing for higher density, diverse housing options, and closer integration with commercial enterprises, opportunities that are restricted under the current zoning constraints. This change would not only better meet the area's developmental needs, but also stimulate economic growth and community vitality. And lastly, if there are changing conditions that warrant more relevant policies and implementation tools. The 2023 Midtown Master Plan has identified the subject property as a commercial location that can help accommodate the area's diverse households and growing population. The central location can allow for diverse housing types and create more housing and employment opportunities near transit and services. Now we will look at the growth policy amendment review criteria. These criteria address whether the proposed change is in accordance with the growth policy. This includes whether there is a public need for change, whether the change proposed is the best means for meeting that need, and whether there is a public benefit that will result from the change. The proposed growth policy amendment facilitates the provision of more diverse building types and commercial uses along a major commercial corridor for which there is a public need. The Midtown Master Plan was adopted in 2023 following a public engagement process, and the plan identifies targeted changes to meet public needs. The growth policy amendment and associated rezoning implement the goals of the Midtown Master Plan by allowing more dense development and commercial uses on the site. The growth policy amendment promotes greater density in a mix of housing types which can benefit the public by lowering the cost of development through more efficient land use. The growth policy amendment facilitates expansion of businesses in the Midtown core that should support a higher intensity of a variety of uses. Closer proximity to commercial activity may allow residents to rely less on car trips and reduce car trips to meet their daily needs. The growth policy amendment would create public benefit by implementing the housing, community design, and economic health goals of the Missoula 2035 growth policy. Shown here is the proposed zoning map with the subject property outlined in red. The hatch marks designate the design excellence overlay that is to remain. And as stated earlier, City Council can only approve the rezoning following Council's approval of the growth policy amendment. If the growth policy amendment is approved, the applicant requests a rezone from RT 2.7 residential and C14 neighborhood commercial with a design excellence overlay corridor typology 1 to C13 neighborhood commercial with a design excellence overlay corridor typology 1. The C1 Neighborhood Commercial Zoning District complies with the growth policy as it is a current relatable district to the Regional Commercial and Services Land Use Designation. The city growth policy calls for a focused inward approach to encourage infill development in the urban core where infrastructure already exists and promotes mixed use and compact development while limiting sprawl and promoting efficient use of existing infrastructure. The proposed C13 zoning district would increase density and permitted uses in an area with existing infrastructure, access to jobs and services, transit, sidewalks, and bike lanes. There is a 5-foot curbside sidewalk. There are 5-foot curbside sidewalks existing along MacDonald Avenue and Brook Street. A bus stop serving Mountain Line Route 7 is located approximately 500 feet to the east of the property. And Mountain Line Routes 1, 2, 6, 7, and 8 can be accessed within a half mile at Southgate Mall. The Blue Route Branch Trail, a city-maintained shared-use path that can be used to access downtown and other parts of Missoula, is located approximately 0.3 miles to the west of the property. There is no designated bike lane on MacDonald Avenue, and there's a painted shoulder to delineate a bike lane on Brook Street. The subject property is served by city water and sewer services. Water mains exist adjacent to the subject property on MacDonald Avenue, and sewer mains exist on Brook Street. New structures will be required to connect to city sewer and water at the time of development, and the parcel is currently served by city fire and police. So here is a comparison between the existing and proposed zoning districts. The existing RT 2.7 zoning district allows for detached houses, lot line houses, 2-unit townhouses, and duplex residential building types. The proposed C13 zoning district would allow for additional building types, including all single-purpose residential building types, vertical mixed-use buildings, and mixed-use buildings. The existing RT 2.7 zoning district, which has a minimum parcel area per unit of 2,700 square feet, would allow for 5 dwelling units. In the proposed C13 zoning district, the minimum parcel area per unit is 1,000 square feet. So in the 14,478 square foot property would allow up to 14 dwelling units. The existing RT 2.7 zoning district requires a front and rear setback of 20 feet, 5 feet on the interior sides, and 10 feet on street sides. The proposed C13 zoning district does not have setbacks unless the parcel abuts a residential zoning district. The subject property does abut the RT 2.7 zoning district to the east and south. And so the Bill 2 zone of the design excellence overlay supersedes the front and street side setbacks of RT 2.7 and C13 zoning districts. And the design excellence overlay requires new structures to be sited at the corner of Brook Street and MacDonald Avenue. So the building must be located within 5 to 10 feet from these two streets. The subject property abuts an R-zone parcel to the east and to the south. Therefore, the required interior side setback is 5 feet. Corner parcels do not have a rear setback, and therefore a side setback is applicable to the southern property line. The subject property does not abut an R district to the west. Therefore, there is no setback requirement along the west property line. The design excellence overlay does not apply to residentially zoned property, and currently the overlay is not implemented on the property. With the rezoning, the requirements of design excellence will apply. The maximum building height permitted in the existing RT 2.7 district is 35 feet, and with the proposed C13 zoning district, it would increase to 65. For the development in the proposed C13 zoning district, it is required that parcels abutting R districts that have a maximum allowed building height of 35 feet or less, the maximum building height at that point of the required minimum setback is 35 feet. So height may be increased above 35 feet by up to 1 foot for each 6 inches of building setback or upper floor step back. The abutting RT 2.7 residential zone district has a maximum height of 35 feet. And staff recommend the 65-foot maximum height of the C13 zone district due to the size of the parcel and the abutting residential development. However, all nearby commercially zoned properties on Brook Street have a maximum height of 125 feet. The proposed C13 zoning district would allow the additional permitted uses provided in Table 28.10-1. Some of these uses include animal service, sales and grooming, shelter or boarding, business support service, communication service establishments, eating and drinking establishments, restaurant, entertainment and spectator sports, hotel, warehousing, wholesaling and freight movement, and winery. So on July 30th, Planning Board voted in favor of recommendation to City Council to adopt a resolution amending the city growth policy, land use designation of the subject property from residential medium high to regional commercial and services. And secondly, Planning Board voted in favor of a recommendation to City Council to adopt an ordinance rezoning the subject property from split zoning RT 2.7 and C14 with a design excellence overlay typology 1 to C13 with the design excellence overlay typology 1. Staff's recommendation is based on the review criteria provided in the Title 20 zoning ordinance, and Planning Board agreed with staff's following findings of fact. If the growth policy amendment is approved, the proposed rezoning complies with the growth policy and focus inward objectives, as the C13 district is a current relatable district of the regional commercial and services land use designation. The proposed rezoning supports the goals of the 2023 Midtown Master Plan by allowing for commercial uses along the Brook Street commercial corridor. The Midtown core should support a higher intensity of a variety of uses, particularly on major corridors in Midtown, such as Brook Street. Subject property can be served by sewer, water, motorized, and non-motorized facilities. The rezoning considers the effect on motorized and non-motorized transportation systems because the property is within the Missoula Urban Transportation District, is served by public transit, is located on a street where active transportation exists, infrastructure exists, and is located approximately 0.3 miles from the Bitterroot Branch Trail. Any development within the regional commercial and services area should have a well-integrated transportation network which accommodates active transportation and provides ready access within and to the adjacent development. The subject property is within a quarter mile of a bus stop and existing multimodal transportation infrastructure, making the property suitable for an increase in density. The rezoning promotes compatible urban growth because the additional permitted uses allow a neighborhood commercial area to serve the larger community, as well as adjacent neighborhoods. Additionally, the rezoning is compatible with the commercially zoned Taco Bell located on the same block. All other nearby parcels abutting Brook Street are zoned commercial, promoting compatible urban growth. The rezoning will promote public health, public safety, and the general welfare by providing for residential and commercial uses in an area with access to public sewer, water, emergency services, streets, schools, and other urban services. Future development must comply with all applicable local, state, and federal regulations, which ensures protection of public health, safety, and welfare. The rezoning will not impact provision of light and air because the RT 2.7 and C13 zone districts, when abutting an R-zone parcel, have the same side setbacks. The parcel abuts right-of-way along 2 property lines, mitigating the impact of increased height. This rezoning encourages the most appropriate use of the land because it would allow for development as envisioned in the growth policy and Midtown Master Plan. The rezoning to C13 is suitable for the subject property and considers the character of the district because it is adjacent to commercial uses to the north and west. C13 is a commercial zoning district consisting with surrounding commercial districts and uses along Brook Street. The uses permitted in C13 zoning district are suitable adjacent to Brook Street, which is identified as a commercial corridor by the Master Plan and Design Excellence by the Midtown Master Plan and Design Excellence Overlay. The zoning amendment is a map amendment, not a text amendment. There is no change to Title 20 zoning ordinance that would correct an error or inconsistency. However, the rezoning does correct split zoning. The rezoning is in the best interest of the city because the rezoning implements the recommendations of the 2035 Missoula City Growth Policy for areas designated as regional, commercial, and services. So at this time, staff recommends, there's 2 motions. First being the resolution, staff recommend City Council adopt a resolution to amend the 2035 Missoula City Growth Policy land use designation from residential medium high to regional commercial and services of the subject property based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law in the staff report. And second, for the ordinance, staff recommends City Council adopt an ordinance to rezone the subject property located at 2141 MacDonald Avenue from split zoning, RT 2.7 residential, and C14 with a design excellence overlay, corridor topology 1, to C13 neighborhood commercial with a design excellence overlay, corridor topology 1, based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law in the staff report. And that concludes my presentation. I am available for questions, and the applicant is here as well.
Great, thank you, Zoe. Appreciate that presentation. Is the applicant here? Are there any developer remarks this evening? In the room? Great, come on up.
Good evening, Madam Mayor.
You can raise that up if you want. You can raise that microphone up a little bit if that's more comfortable. There you go. There you go.
Good evening. Appreciate your time tonight, and I would like to thank City Planning for all of the time that they have spent.
Please make sure you introduce yourself by your name.
Yeah, sorry. Ken Jenkins with Montana Northwest Company.
Thank you.
So I'd like to thank the city planning for the time spent on this very small project. This rezone covered less than 7,000 square feet. And essentially was a result of what you could call a scrivener's error for a period of time in the city zoning map. And so that's how we ended up with a split zone lot. And the amount of work that went into this with the growth policy and the zoning for such a small piece is sort of overwhelming, to say the least. Planning board recommended approval. I think that it makes sense to fix this little split zoning problem. It is a advantageous commercial property for the strip once this split zoning issue is resolved. And so it makes sense to solve that problem. I would also point out that the year and a half it took to get this done for 7,000 square feet is a perfect example of the need for the code reform that you folks are working on and how much it will be appreciated when you get there. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right. Is that everybody from the owner-developer representatives? I believe so. Okay. So next we'll move to questions from council before we move into the public hearing piece. Any questions from council? I see online, Councilor Jordan, your hand is raised.
Thank you. Yeah, I have two questions, if that's okay.
Yeah, you bet.
And they're for Zoe. The first question I have, Zoe, is, did I hear you correctly that the zoning change would allow like dog kennels and shelter spaces for animals? Did I hear you correctly?
Yes, so in C1, 3, animal service, sales and grooming, and shelter or boarding would become permitted uses.
Okay, and it is right next to a house, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I guess I have three questions, just one more. The other question I have is when you mentioned that it doesn't affect light and air because of setbacks, they're generally the same, but what about the height, the new height of the building? Is that considered or potential height of new buildings, is that considered when thinking about effects on light specifically?
Yeah, so in Title 20, since it abuts a residential zone district, the height at the minimum setback requirement has to be 35 feet, and you can increase as you move further away from that.
Okay, so okay, thank you. I'll stop there, thanks.
You bet. Councilor Sherrill.
Thanks. We've obviously already seen this in committee, so I think I've asked most of my questions, but did I hear you say that, and I may have asked this in committee and my notes just aren't quite right, that the abutting properties have a height maximum of 125? Is that what?
So the residential properties that are zoned RT 2.7 have a maximum height of 35 feet, but the other commercial parcels along Brooks are C14, which have a maximum height of 125.
Okay, thanks.
125 feet.
Councilor Nugent.
Thank you, Mayor Davis. Following up on Councilwoman Jordan's question, would the uses of the kennel and things of that nature be allowed in what's currently the Taco Bell property right now?
Yes, they would be.
So we still have the same kind of that borders residential as well. So that kind of interesting border of uses already exists. Yes.
Is that correct?
The answer to that question?
Yes.
But, yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
And then I guess I have a question about how this happened with the map, but it's really not relevant to this. So I'll file it away for later.
Okay. Yes, we're curious. Any other council questions? All right, not seeing any additional council questions, then we'll go ahead and hear the main motion for this, and Land Use and Planning Chair, Councilor Nugent.
Thank you, Mayor Davis. The recommended motions. I move City Council adopt a resolution to amend the 2035 Missoula City Growth Policy land use designation from residential medium high to regional commercial and services on a portion of Parcel A of an amended plat of Carline Addition Block 70, a portion of Lot 1 and Tract A, COS 6441, as shown on Exhibit A based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law in the staff report. And I further move City Council pass an ordinance to rezone the subject property located at 2141 MacDonald Avenue and legally described as Parcel A of an amended plat of Carlino Addition, Block 70, a portion of Lot 1 and Tract A, COS 6441, located in Section 32, Township 13 North, Range 19 West, PMM, from RT 2.7 residential 2-unit townhouse and C1-4 neighborhood commercial / DE-C design excellence overlay corridor typology 1 to C1-3 neighborhood commercial / DE-C design excellence overlay - corridor typology 1 based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law in the staff report.
Thank you very much for reading those on record. We have the motions that are made. This opens the public hearing, and we'll go ahead and take public comment on this agenda item at this time. Public comment, we ask that folks keep it to 3 minutes or less. Please come on up to the microphone and say your name and spell your last name for the record, please. Any public comment for this agenda item? Okay, not seeing any in the room. Any online for this agenda item? Okay, not seeing any online either. That wraps up our public comment for this particular agenda item. We'll now move to City Council questions or comments. Any questions or comments from council members? Mr. Campbell.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be in support of these motions. To me, it's pretty evident that what's being proposed here is compatible with the Midtown Master Plan. It's compatible with commercial segment that's there presently. I think it fits in well. It's got frontage on Brook Street. It's compatible with adjoining land use to the immediate south and west. And just say for the record too, I too share the applicant's frustration as far as the length of time to get to this point, and hopefully that's something that can in fact indeed be addressed through this code reform process going forward.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Nugent.
Thank you, Mayor Davis. I would echo Councilman Campbell's comments. I think that it seems like, because we're not supposed to end up with split zoning, and that lot has been there much longer than the zoning, so it seems like we should create a way to make it easier to correct a map if it appears to have been done wrong, which it seems like in this case it probably was. So hopefully in code reform we can get that cleaned up. And I would just speak to, I think that these changes make sense where it's located. It is clearly right next to commercial and across the street from a more heavier commercial use. And I think that it's even though it's got a MacDonald Street address, it fronts Brook Street. It's not something that I think is purely residential, even though right down the street it does become residential. So it's kind of one of those interesting areas where our commercial corridor and our residential corridor is mixed. But I do think that it does make sense to move forward with this.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Any additional council comments this evening? Okay, not seeing any, then we'll go ahead and do a roll call vote. Ms. Trimble.
Are we going to vote on these separately or together?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's go ahead and do those. You want to do them separate? Or you want to do them together since we didn't have any? We can do them together, please.
Okay. Voting together on the items on 5.2, the growth policy amendment and rezone of 2141 MacDonald Avenue, beginning with Carlino.
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Melson?
Yes.
Nugent?
Yes.
Sherrill?
Yes.
Vasecka?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
And Campbell?
Yes.
And those pass unanimously with 9 in favor, none opposed.
Okay, thank you very much. That wraps up item 5.2. Thank you to the staff and members of the applicant for being here this evening. And we'll move on to item 5.3, which is titled 1200, 1224, 1228, 1244, 1136, and 1138 Montana Street rezoning. And we have Alex Bramlett here this evening to present a staff report.
Wonderful. Can you all hear me and see the screen okay?
Yes, we can. Thanks for asking.
Perfect. Thank Thank you very much. My name is Alex Bramlett. I'm a planner with the city here this evening because Development Services received a request from 406 Engineering on behalf of the property owners to rezone 1200, 1224, 1228, 1244, 1136, and 1138 Montana Street from R20 residential to B2-2 community business. This rezoning will result in a standard Title 20 zoning district, which cannot be conditioned. Standard zoning districts must apply the same requirements to all parcels within the same zoning district equally. The properties are located east of Russell Street, north of Wyoming Street, and south of the Clark Fork River, and they are within the Riverfront Neighborhood Council and City Council Ward 3. Here's a closer view of the subject properties outlined in red, which have frontage on Montana, Inez, and California streets and are all functionally classified as local residential streets. These properties collectively are around 53,600 square feet in size, which equates to about 1.23 acres and contain several detached houses. The surrounding properties contain detached houses, 2-unit townhouses, multi-dwelling buildings, and warehouses. The applicable regional plan is our Missoula City Growth Policy 2035 and recommends a land use designation of community mixed use, which promotes a broad range of functions, including retail, education, financial institutions, professional and regional services, offices, residential, and general service activities. These areas are integrated with main transportation corridors, including active transportation systems to facilitate efficient travel opportunities. The current relatable zoning districts within this land use designation are C14, C24, and M1R-2. These zoning districts are intended for high-intensity commercial services with the general community needs and intermixed with high-density residential. The applicant is requesting to rezone the subject properties to B2-2 community business. This zoning district, while not a current relatable zoning district, does allow for a range of retail, office, and high-density residential uses consistent with the growth policy. Staff recommended the B2-2 zoning district to the applicant to reduce the potential impacts of high-intensity uses on the surrounding developed area while allowing for the creation of housing or mixed-use development in accordance with the growth policy. The growth policy calls for a focused inward approach to encourage infill development and promote enhanced connectivity. The community design section of the growth policy encourages building where there is existing infrastructure. The subject properties are served by city water and sewer and are currently served by fire and police. The housing section of the growth policy describes the focused inward approach to development as one that provides opportunities by designating appropriate areas for higher density and housing near existing infrastructure and services. The growth policy states that such development has added benefit, including decreasing household expenses like transportation. The safety and wellness section encourages healthy lifestyles by promoting a complete active transportation network to increase safety for all transportation systems. Mountain Line Route 2 is located approximately 0.2 miles west of the subject properties at North Russell Street and River Road. The Milwaukee and Riverfront trails are roughly 800 feet from this property. Silver Park is a quarter mile to the east, and McCormick Park is about 3/4 miles to the east. The properties are also located within the Wyoming Street neighborhood of the Downtown Master Plan. The Missoula Downtown Master Plan recognizes the Wyoming Street neighborhood area would need to be rezoned to accommodate missing middle housing and a mix of uses. The Downtown Master Plan recognizes a portion of Wyoming Street neighborhood is within the special flood hazard area, stating that any future development within the floodplain would need to include a floodplain study and be reviewed by appropriate regulatory authorities. The subject properties are within the 1% annual chance of floodplain. For future residential development, a possible approach is to elevate structures 2 feet above base flood elevation. The Federal Emergency Management Agency, also known as FEMA, hydrologic modeling for this area assumes future infill development and allows for infill while mitigating impacts to surrounding development. Here is the current zoning map where you can see the properties are zoned R20 residential. The surrounding zoning districts include B2-2, R20, RT2.7, R80, and the Mill Site Special District. The applicant is proposing to rezone to B2-2 community business, which is a mixed-use, low-intensity business district allowing for 1 dwelling unit for every 1,000 square feet of parcel area. Here is a comparison between the existing and proposed zoning districts. If approved, the allowed density will increase from 2 total dwelling units allowed to a maximum of 53 dwelling units for the entire project area. There are no setback requirements for B-zone parcels that aren't abutting R-zone parcels, which is the case here except for the easternmost parcel addressed 1136 Montana Street. Future development on 1136 Montana Street would need to match the actual setback for the abutting R-zone parcel, but not greater than the required setback as indicated in Title 20. Finally, the maximum building height would increase to 50 feet for parcels that aren't abutting R-zoned parcels, which is again the case here except for that easternmost parcel at 1136 Montana Street. Future development on 1136 Montana Street would have a maximum allowed height of 35 feet at the point of the required R-zoning setback, then could increase the height above 35 feet for 1 foot vertical to every 6 inches from the building setback. Staff's recommendation is based on the review criteria provided in Title 20 zoning ordinance. To summarize, the proposed rezoning complies with the growth policy, focus inward, and the downtown master plan. It's served by the city services and future development would be required to meet city ordinances. The rezoning considers location and character of the property, which has easy access to urban infrastructure and services. The zoning amendment is a map amendment and not a text amendment, so there's no change to Title 20 zoning ordinance. That would correct an error or inconsistency. And lastly, the rezoning is in the best interest of the city because it implements the recommendations of the growth policy for areas designated community mixed use and the Missoula Downtown Master Plan while managing compatibility with the existing development. This project also, on July 30th, was before Planning Board, who unanimously recommended approval for the rezoning. City staff are also recommending the approval of an ordinance to rezone the subject properties from R20 residential to B2-2 community business. And that concludes staff's presentation. The applicant is here this evening as well. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Alex. All right. And we will invite the developer or the applicant up for any additional presentation, please.
Madam Mayor, Council, Craig Schaefer, 406 Engineering. No real presentation, just thanks to staff and all of city staff for working through this process long and what feels like long and hard. So appreciate your consideration here tonight. And we've got myself and one of the major applicants here for questions if there are any. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Schaefer. Are there any questions from council? No? Nope. Not seeing any here in the room or online. Any questions from council? All right. We're not seeing any questions from council. Then we can go ahead and hear the main motion. Councilor Nugent.
Thank you, Mayor Davis. I move council adopt an ordinance to rezone the subject properties located at 1200, 1224, 1228, 1244, 1136, and 1138 Montana Street, and legally described as lots 13 through 24 in Block 7 and lots 13 through 16 in the west half of Lot 17 and Block 8 of Eddy Addition located in Section 21, Township 13 North, Range 19 West, PMM from R20 residential to B2-2 community business based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law in the staff report.
Thank you very much. Motion is on the floor, and we'll go ahead and open the public hearing and take public comment on this agenda item. Are there any members of the public here tonight wishing to make comment? Not seeing any. How about online? Not seeing any online. Give it another second here. Okay, that concludes the public comment portion of the of this, and so that concludes the public hearing. We'll now turn it back to parliamentary debate. Council comments or questions? Not seeing any. Okay, we can move right to a roll call vote, Ms. Trimble.
All right, beginning the roll call vote on item 5.3 regarding the Montana Street rezoning. Beginning with Jones.
Yes.
Jordan.
Yes.
Melson.
Yes.
Nugent.
Yes.
Sherrill.
Yes.
Vasecka.
Yes.
Anderson. Yes. Campbell.
Yes.
And Carlino.
Yes.
And that passes unanimously with 9 in favor and none opposed.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks again to the staff and members of the applicant team for presenting and being here. We'll now move on to item 5.4. It's a rezone of 715 to 725 West Central Avenue, RM1-35 to B2-2. John Sand is here to present the staff report.
Thank you very much. Are you able to hear me and see my screen?
We are. Thank you for clarifying or confirming.
Yeah, no problem. Good evening. My name is John Sand. I'm a planner with the current planning division. Development Services has received a request from IMEG representing Eagle Nest Estates to rezone properties addressed as 715 and 725 West Central Avenue. The properties are proposed to be rezoned from RM1-35 residential multi-dwelling to B2-2 community business. The rezoning would result in a standard zoning district under Title 20, which cannot be conditioned. Standard zoning districts must apply all the same requirements to all parcels within the same zoning district equally. Tonight, I'm going to start with property details and dive into the growth policy, zoning, and then wrap up with the review criteria. 715 and 725 West Central Avenue are located 2 blocks north of South Avenue between Bow and Bancroft Streets. Southside Lions Park is across the street to the north, and Washington Middle School is to the east. Sentinel High School is across South Avenue. The parcels are in City Council Ward 4 and are in the Rose Park Neighborhood Council. This map shows the surrounding development patterns, including community mixed use to the west along the Brooks Corridor, residential development to the east, and the high school, fairgrounds, and parks to the south. The parcel address 725 West Central Avenue is approximately 17,000 square feet and currently contains 1 multi-tenant commercial building. The parcel address 715 West Central Avenue is approximately 5,000 square feet and also contains 1 multi-tenant commercial building. The surrounding properties contain detached residence, multifamily residence, and offices. Here's a street view image to give you an idea of existing conditions from Central Avenue. You can see the 2 multi-tenant commercial buildings attached with the breezeway. While the current zoning allows for a few commercial uses such as offices, some uses in the commercial building may be legal non-conforming. The applicable regional plan is the 2035 Missoula City Growth Policy, which recommends a land use designation of neighborhood mixed use. This land use designation is intended to include a mix of neighborhood serving commercial uses and medium to high density residential development where city services and infrastructure are readily available. These areas support and help give identity to individual or small groupings of neighborhoods by providing a visible distinctive focal point and serve neighborhood markets at a small scale. Areas designated in the mixed use promote uses such as retail, offices, eating and drinking, entertainment, and medium to high density residential. The city growth policy indicates that the following zoning districts are current relatable zoning districts for this land use designation: B1 neighborhood business, B2 community business, and M1R limited industrial residential. The proposed B22 zoning district complies with the growth policy recommendations. The current zoning does not comply with the growth policy land use recommendation. The subject property is in the lower right of this backwards orange L inside the dotted black circle, which is the neighborhood mixed use area. This is the growth policy zoomed out, which helps convey the transition zone between the commercial mixed use on Brooks and the greater residential neighborhoods east of Bancroft. The city growth policy calls for a focused inward approach to encourage infill development in the urban core where infrastructure already exists and promotes mixed use, compact, and enhanced connectivity while limiting sprawl and promoting efficient use of existing infrastructure. The community design, housing, and safety and wellness sections of the city growth policy encourage building where there is existing infrastructure and services, especially adequate in vehicle and active transportation facilities. The neighborhood mixed-use land designation provides a transition zone from community mixed use along the Bricks corridor to the residential medium density to the east. The subject properties are located within an area designated for high-intensity commercial mixed-use land use in the Midtown Master Plan, which is an amendment to the growth policy. This land use recommendation supports mixed-use, multifamily buildings with vibrant ground floor uses, active frontages, public amenities, and plazas. This rezoning supports the vision of the downtown master plan and growth policy by allowing for mixed-use development and additional commercial uses. The parcels are currently served by city fire, police, sewer, and water. Additionally, bus stops serving mountain line routes, bus stops serving mountain line routes are nearby. The proposed B2 zoning would allow for more uses in mixed-use development in an area with existing infrastructure, served by trails, sidewalks, neighborhood greenways, and bike lanes. The subject properties also have alley access for future parking and services. The subject properties have curb, gutter, and a 5-foot curbside sidewalk along the northern boundary. Aside from a portion of the block to the south, the subject properties are located in an area with complete system of sidewalks leading to transit, parks, and services. There's no delineated bike infrastructure on Central Avenue. However, there are existing bike lanes on Bancroft Streets to the east and South Avenue located 2 blocks to the south. An east-west neighborhood greenway corridor is 1 block north on Kent Avenue. A regional commuter path is located just under a mile away and accessible via the neighborhood greenway. Currently, the parcels are zoned RM1 35 residential multi-dwelling. The neighboring blocks have a mix of RM1 35, RM1 45 residential, B11 neighborhood business, C14 neighborhood commercial, and R5.4 residential. The applicant has requested to rezone to B22 community business. This map reflects the proposed zoning designation. All right, the RM135 district has a minimum parcel area of 3,000 square feet. The B22 community business zoning district has no minimum parcel area except a minimum 3,000 square feet parcel area is required for single purpose residential and mixed use buildings. Both parcels are over the 3,000 square foot minimum and would still allow for residential development if zoned B22. Both districts allow 1 dwelling unit per 1,000 square feet of parcel area. However, B22 does not have a minimum parcel area per unit for vertical mixed-use buildings. Both the current and proposed zoning allow for multi-dwelling development. Both zoning districts would allow for 5 dwelling units at 715 West Central Avenue and 17 dwelling units at 725 West Central Avenue. The M1R35 zoning district requires 20-foot front and rear setbacks and a 5-foot side setback. The B2 district does not require setbacks unless the parcels abut residentially zoned parcels, which is currently the case here. The properties abut residentially zoned parcels to the east and west. In this case, a 20-foot front setback would be required unless the abutting structures are set back less than 20 feet from the front property line. If the abutting structures are less than 20 feet from the front property line, buildings on these parcels would have to meet the actual front setbacks of those structures. The properties do not share a property line with a R-zone parcel to the rear, so there's no required rear setback if rezoned to B22. If rezoned, 725 West Central Avenue would have a 5-foot side setback from the west property line, and 715 West Central Avenue would have a 5-foot side setback from the east property line. Although the zoning district across the alley is residential, because there's right-of-way between the parcels, which is technically not zoned, they are not considered abutting. Both zoning districts permit detached house, lot line house, townhouse, 2-unit house, and multi-dwelling residential types. Although mixed-use buildings are allowed in RM 135, very few non-residential uses are permitted. Vertical mixed-use buildings are prohibited in RM 135, but permitted in B22. The B22 zoning district allows for substantially more commercial uses and few low-intensity industrial uses such as breweries, or artisan manufacturing. Staff's recommendation is based on the review criteria provided in the Title 20 zoning ordinance. City Council must base their decisions on the review criteria. The conclusions of law are as follows. The requested rezoning complies with the land use designation and focus inward objectives of the city growth policy, which are permitting commercial and mixed use development where existing infrastructure already exists. The proposed rezoning would allow for the same high density residential development as the current zoning. The requested rezoning implements recommendations from the Midtown Master Plan, which is an amendment to the growth policy. Future development must comply with all applicable local, state, and federal regulations, which ensures protections of public health, safety, and welfare. The subject property is served by adequate public services, including city fire, police, sewer, water, and existing multimodal transportation infrastructure, making the property suitable for mixed use and commercial development. Because of similar setbacks and height standards, provisions of light and air will be protected. The height limit in the B22 zoning districts creates a reasonable transition zone between the commercial zoning district to the northwest, which has 125-foot max height, and the less intensive residential districts to the east, which have a 30 or 35-foot maximum height. Setbacks are required to protect light and air for abutting parcels zoned residential. The business zoning districts are intended to allow for neighborhood scale commercial development. They allow for less intensive commercial uses than the commercial zoning districts. The rezoning considers compatible urban growth, the character of the district, suitability of uses, and appropriate use of land, which all comply with the growth policy recommendations. The growth policy shows a neighborhood mixed use transition zone for this area, which currently contains both residential and commercial development. The existing commercial development on the parcels is more compatible with the proposed 2-2 zoning district than with the existing residential district, which also takes into consideration value of buildings. The rezoning is in the best interest of the city as it implements the recommendations of the Missoula 2035 growth policy for areas designated neighborhood mixed use, while increasing allowable uses in an area with access to services and transportation. And finally, Planning Board provided their unanimous support for this rezone request. Staff recommendation is City Council adopt an ordinance to rezone the subject properties located at 725 West Central Ave and 715 West Central Ave, and legally described as lots 5 through 10 in the east one half of lot 11 in block 35 of Homevale Edition, located in section 28, township 13, North Range 19 West, PMM, from RM 135 residential to E22 community business, based on the finding and facts and conclusions of law in the staff report. Additionally, there was no public comment nor agency comment received on this item prior to this meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation, Mr. Sand. Are there any members from the applicant or developer here wishing to add to the presentation? Not seeing any in the room. Is there any online? Looks like we have Michael Main with your hand up.
Hello, yep, thank you. Can everyone hear me all right?
Yes, we can, thank you.
Awesome, yeah, thank you. Mike Main, representing IMEG and our client, Gene Mostad. And I just wanted to say thank you, John, for your staff report. And I'm here to help address any public comment if it's necessary. So thank you all.
Okay, thank you very much for being available. Appreciate that, Mr. Main. All right, we will go ahead and move on to council questions. Are any council members have any questions this evening? Not seeing any in the room or online. All right, then we'll go ahead and hear the main motion. Councilor Nugent.
I'm just warming up. I move City Council adopt an ordinance to rezone the subject properties located at 725 West Central Avenue and 715 West Central Avenue and legally described as lots 5 through 10 in the east one half of Lot 11 and Block 35 of the Homevale Edition, located in Section 28, Township 13 North, Range 19 West, PMM, from RM1-35 residential multi-dwelling to B2-2 community business based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law in the staff report.
All right, thank you very much. Motion's on the floor. This opens the public hearing. Are there any public comments on this agenda item? All right, not seeing any in the room. How about online? Any public comment on this agenda item? Okay, not seeing any, then that wraps up public comment, and we'll move on now to council comments or questions. Back at council, if you have any questions or comments. Okay. Not seeing any and none online, then we can go to a roll call vote, Ms. Trimble.
All right, beginning a roll call vote on item 5.4, the rezone of the West Central Avenue properties. Beginning with Jordan.
Yes.
Melson.
Yes.
Nugent.
Yes.
Sherrill.
Yes.
Vasecka.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Campbell.
Yes.
Carlino.
Yes.
And Jones.
Yes.
That is also unanimous with 9 in favor and none opposed.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate the staff report. And that wraps up our public hearings this evening. We do not have any new business under item 6, and so next we'll move to the consent agenda. I'll ask Ms. Trimble to go ahead and read the consent agenda, bring it up on screen, and then before council votes, we'll take public comment. Items on the consent agenda were approved in city council committees to be placed on the consent agenda to save time at council meetings by voting on them as a package. The city clerk will read them aloud, and citizens watching on NCAP will be able to know what's on the consent agenda as a result. We'll invite community comment on these items before we vote. Okay, we're ready.
Apologies, it took a second to load. We have a very short consent agenda this evening. We have 3 items, beginning with the accounts payable or claims dated for August 27th, 2024. A motion to approve accounts payable for checks dated August 27th, 2024 in the amount of $1,676,145.85. We have an MOU, which is a memorandum of understanding. So the motion is to approve and authorize the mayor to sign a memorandum of understanding between the IAFF Local 271, which is the firefighters, and the city of Missoula for the 2024 paramedic school year with the Missoula College. And the last item is a motion to approve the mill site PUD subdivision phase 2 final plat.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Trimble. And are there any members of the public wishing to provide public comment on the consent agenda this evening? Okay, not seeing any in the room. How about folks online? Any members of the public? Comments on the consent agenda? All right, not seeing any. Do councilors wish to separate any items? Not seeing any. All right. We can go ahead and do a voice vote on the consent agenda, please, Ms. Trimble.
All right, on tonight's consent agenda, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And any opposed? All right, and that passes unanimously.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to regular business, and as I mentioned, there is a carryover item from its public hearing, and that is for the Aspire subdivision. This is under regular council business for the Land Use and Planning Committee, item 9.1 EB. I'm going to recommend that we go ahead and take a 5-minute break. We need to reset our recording every 2 hours. We're right before that, and so Ms. Trimble, if that's okay, to do it now before we start to get into this item.
Those are addictive, though.
I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to adjourn us until 7:35. Thank you.
Bob, we're going to get started. All right, everybody, thank you very much. Appreciate the break. We've gotten our recording. I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting back to order at 7:34 p.m. Thank you very much. If you can go ahead and take your seat, we'll go ahead and get started here. As I mentioned, this is no longer a public hearing. It's been open for 2 weeks. We will go ahead and we will ask our staff member, David de Grand Prix, and again, this is item 9.1 EB. We'll ask Mr. de Grand Prix for any updates, and looking to you, Councilor Nugent, if that's okay, if that's how you'd like to start this agenda item.
Yeah, that's just fine.
Okay, great. All right, Dave, we were on break there for a minute. I see that your microphone is unmuted. Can you provide us any updates, please?
Thank you, Mayor Davis. Good evening, councilors. I have no updates to provide. I have had some conversations with the developer's agent at 406 Engineering, and they're prepared to address questions that came up at the LUP committee meeting, if so desired by council.
If I might, Mayor, I think that would be good.
Great. That sounds great.
Brian Throckmorton with 406 Engineering. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Yeah, I just have 3 quick slides from questions that came up during City Council that I thought may be helpful. And we could go through those, and then if we have a few questions or anything, I'd be happy to answer anything. If I can share my screen.
Thank you. Great. All right.
So, the first one was from Councilmember Jones about the park. So this is a rendering, oops, hope it'll catch up here. There we go. A rendering of adding benches to 3 of the 4 entrances to the river and picnic benches or picnic tables to 2. Again, this is an optional rendering. I think Mr. Grand Prix has a condition. He adjusted the condition of approval to include some items like this, but then I think the final say will be with the Parks Department, since that'll be their land. But did want to say we're all for it, and took a shot at a rendering, but I think the condition is what you're probably really looking for, and Dave might be able to speak to that, but he did add a little bit more language there. So the second item we talked about was the intersection with Highway 200 last week. Had several conversations more with Shane Stack. I think the biggest part that he kept reiterating to me is they're so early in the design stages that they don't even know where the problems are. I mean, they're like in the problem finding stage right now. But what he did say that, you know, they understand the traffic that's going to come in at Summers. And so they're going to work to design with the idea, understanding that traffic. Some things that may help, I know that the county has an impact fee that was brought up at LUP, that we can definitely use some of the impact fees for pedestrians to maybe help with sidewalks in that area. And then also, you know, if there's any future costs in RSID, we have no protests in that area as well. So kind of not a great update, but again, the county didn't have a lot because they haven't even received the money yet, so they haven't started down that road. The last one, we had a lot of comments about the Robinson Street connection. And one suggestion maybe that we could do would be to add a condition of approval to put a 62-foot right-of-way up to the edge of the property, so that if for some reason we are able to connect in the future, that right-of-way, that public access easement exists, and we could just continue the road on like we had shown in our preliminary drawings. That would be up to council to add as a condition of approval, but that is like one of our last suggestions for that. So does anybody have any comments on those 3 slides at all?
Councilor Nugent, or Councilor Jones, you have some comments? Yeah. Or
sure.
questions?
Just regarding the Robinson Street connection with the potential 62-foot wide public access easement, is there specific language to add as a condition, Dave? Or who can answer that? I mean, if we're voting on things tonight, this would need to be finalized, and there's a motion language that I passed around to council from Dave DeGrand-Prey regarding the picnic benches and benches issue on the river trail, but this is, we didn't see language regarding this, and I think this would be, so where are we at with actually having that for tonight?
Councilor Jones, David Grandberg, I can answer that question. So it's really up to council to decide if that would be an appropriate mitigation measure. If you're concerned about traffic distribution, council can require the developer to provide a 62-foot wide public access and utility easement extending from a Aspire Loop up to the western edge of the property in order to alleviate potential traffic concerns. I will point out, though, that this easement would abut a county park. And so, the county would have to decide that that's that it would be appropriate at some point in the future to extend Robinson Street through the park. Up to this point, they have not chosen to take that action. So I guess, for council, it would be just setting it in place in case at some point in the future it's deemed necessary and appropriate. I think that our Public Works and Mobility Department, I've spoken with Troy Monroe, who's here tonight. I think that he believes that would be advantageous. But on the other hand, I think our City Parks and Rec Department, I've spoken with Nathan McLeod, and I think that raises some concerns in his mind. I think what he's expressed to me is that he would like to make sure that this park area is as usable as possible for recreational type purposes, traditional park type purposes. And so anyway, I think that's for council to weigh. And one more note on this, if this subdivision is approved, if the property's annexed, the subdivision is approved and this parkland is dedicated, council could create an easement at some point in the future. So it doesn't have to happen tonight. It could happen, 10, 20 years from now if deemed necessary at that point.
Thanks, Dave.
Okay. Moving on to other council questions. Councilor Anderson.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. And actually, I want to continue on with this line of questioning because we talked a little bit about it in committee last week. When we annex East Missoula, this particular park, so there's two park parcels. The one that the developer is allocating will immediately become a city park upon passage of things tonight, if that's how it ends up. And then the county park will remain county. But once we annex it, does that county park then become a city park, or does it remain under county control?
Madam Mayor, if I may, David Grandprey again, the park would become a city park if East Missoula in general, wider East Missoula area were annexed under state law. That park, the Canyon View Park, would also become city park as opposed to county park.
Councilor Nugent.
Yeah, I just want to clarify for folks in the audience that the annexation of East Missoula is not on the docket tonight whatsoever, but Ms. Anderson, in her years of experience on council, is forward thinking to what would happen if that eventually did. So I just want to clarify it to everybody that that is not something we're considering tonight.
Thank you for that clarification. Councilor Anderson, did you get your questions answered?
Yeah, no, I appreciate Mr. Nugent pointing it out. Yes, I understand that's not what we're doing today, but just again, forward thinking, because then the follow-up question, if I may, Madam Mayor, would be to parks in terms of, if we made the 60-foot public easement as a condition of this particular approval, how does that affect what the current park design that they have planned if this were to pass?
Okay, thank you for your question, and I'm looking for a parks representative to answer that question. I'm actually not sure that we have one on the line tonight. Is there anybody from parks on the line? Scanning here. Not seeing one online. I don't think we have anybody here. Mr. Sudbury, would you mind answering from at least a legal perspective in terms of a public access easement across parkland? I'm not asking you to speak on behalf of park design, but perhaps there's a question here just about the mechanics of what we would consider in terms of planning and if it was ever to be exercised by council.
Yeah, Ryan Sudbury with the City Attorney's Office. I looked at this issue several years ago, so I need to be couch that my memory may be off, but I believe that dedicated parkland can be used for public streets. It can be, there was a case from Los Angeles involving one of the big dedicated parks that Los Angeles ended up putting a public street and a parking lot through, and the parking lot served the park, and the street served to access the park, but it was also used for other broader public purposes. And the court in that case, and courts generally have found that as long as the use is a public use and it's not detracting from the use of the park, it's not going to be a violation of sort of the public trust to use that public parkland for other public purposes. So that's sort of one thing. In terms of the functional layout and use of the park, if there's an unopened public street or public access easement through a park, it wouldn't change the design, I don't think, at all. Now, parks may not want to have that be part of their park calculation if it's not something that is going to be considered, relatively permanent use of parkland, and that would be, somebody from Parks would need to speak to that. But I don't think functionally on the ground, if the possibility was 20 years in the future, the park could be built out as a public park right now. And getting to what Mr. DeGrampere said, if the land was dedicated as a public park and the city council in some future decades from now decided that they wanted to use it for a park and didn't want to simply put a street in there without having a public process, there are, of course, public processes. The city could vacate the public park and retain a public right-of-way easement through it. So there's nothing is foreclosed at the moment. If the city just takes the park dedication as it is, and then down the line it's determined that we need another exit street service through this area, that's something that could be accommodated at that time.
Thank you. Thank you for your clarification, Mr. Sudbury. And Councilor Anderson, I can only assume that if this was a easement created by council this evening, that the Parks Department would certainly plan around that. All right. I'm going to go ahead and shift to Councilor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Perhaps this is for Troy. I had occasion to go out there a few days ago and just look at this property from different perspectives, and one of them being from the perspective of the park out there, and the drop off there from that park, from where Robinson exists down to where that subdivision is quite abrupt and extensive. I'm just wondering, from an engineering perspective, if we're talking at some point about connecting that road, what would it look like from an engineering standpoint? I mean, it seemed to me, just layman's terms, an extensive cut and fill operation of some sort. If we're going to bring that road straight up and over onto that bench, and I just kind of wonder what the effect would be on the shoulder of that roadway in terms of whatever parkland might be remaining at that point.
Mr. Monroe?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, councilors. Troy Monroe, city engineer. Yeah, that is a concern. It was a concern when this was brought up with Nathan from Parks and Rec. It would be hard. It would be hard to get a straight road in there just because of the grade and trying to maintain the fire department requirement of less than 10%. As you can see, the contours there; those are 1 foot contours that are happening over a great distance, and that where we see it deviate off is what was necessary just to get a vac truck up there to the city's manholes. So the road may have to curve some, may have to meander. We would probably have to get rid of boulevards, or if we wanted to keep boulevards and sidewalks, we'd probably need more distance than what's shown there. But that is a pretty big drop off between the Robinson Park and this proposed park.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
You bet. Councilor Sherrill.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding this correctly. And Ryan, maybe just making sure that I'm hearing you correctly. We could put in a road, just simplifying the terms, we could put in a road through this park once it's a piece of city property at any point that we deem it necessary. but we also would need to have the county dedicate their piece of the park to the city, right? And then we could go ahead and do that at any point. So I guess what's the point of doing a right-of-way right now? Like, what is that getting us? We're not having a dedicated right-of-way from the developer and then having additional parkland in this proposal. It's simply offering a right-of-way that we kind of already have once it's city property. Am I hearing this incorrectly?
Mr. de Grand Prix, or do you want to take that, or Mr. Sudbury?
I could tell you, I think that's accurate. I mean, I don't, the only element of what you said that I would take issue with is that the county would need to give us the county parkland. The county would need to approve, if it was still a county park, they would need to approve the use of that land for a road, and there may be a county process that they would need to go through, because it would, my understanding is that it would make that park much less usable, such that I don't think would want that as parkland anymore. So there would likely need to be some vacation or dedication to the city. There would need to be a county approval process for that, whether they actually sort of give that property to the city or they just release it as a public park and retain it as a right-of-way. But everything else you said, I think, is accurate.
Okay, thanks. May I have a follow-up?
Sure.
Okay, so the way I'm hearing it then, I mean, this county is not willing to do that right now, so to me, there's no reason to do this because it would be ours if it goes through anyway. So I do have a question. I don't know who's on that might be able to answer this, but in committee last week, we were talking about traffic flow, and we can't do that. We can't do this right now anyway, so I guess it's a bit of a moot point, but I'm also wondering if traffic flow if we were to put a road in there and the county was allowing us to put a road through that property, does that really improve kind of the flow of traffic since it all filters into the same intersection on the highway? Can someone answer that? I mean, I'm not sure that's even an improvement, I guess. So but maybe I'm totally wrong. I'm sure on some roads it is, but I guess I'm wondering about focusing the improvements on the road that's going to really get the majority of traffic anyway.
Mr. Monroe, do you want to take that?
Yes, thank you again, Troy Monroe, city engineer. So yeah, the whole reason why we have block lengths is to aid in connectivity. So any type of connection does help in some fashion. Now, especially if the local school were to come back, that would alleviate traffic from having to go around, 6 blocks each direction to reach the school. If you're looking at specifically just the effects at Highway 200, then no, it wouldn't make a difference, but it does make a difference in the closer destinations.
Thanks, that's it. Thank you.
Answer your question? Okay, you bet. All right, let's see, Councilor Nugent.
Thank you, Mayor Davis. Mr. Grimpe, could you clarify if that right-of-way was set aside, the subdivision is still over their required park dedication amount under state law, correct?
That's correct. I don't believe that dedication of an easement would impact the total acreage that would be dedicated.
Okay. I guess I would just put this out there, ask a question for people when they give public comment. My question to people in the audience is, I think that this whole line of conversation stemmed from comments given in committee last Wednesday about concerns about traffic all coming down Summers. And, is this something we should be considering or not? Because I mean, it's approved, it's recommended by staff without the access. So, I would just love to hear people's thoughts because I don't actually know where I stand on this particular thing. So,
okay, thank you for putting that out there. Councilor Jordan.
Thank you. Yeah, I have 2 questions. The first is, if we require the right-of-way now, that cost burden would be on the developer, correct? As opposed to if we needed it later, then that cost burden would be on the city. Is that correct?
Dave DeGrandpre, I can answer that question. So there really isn't a cost burden on the developer because it would simply be putting lines on the map at this point, on the final plat. If the city council at some point wants to work with the county to put those same lines on a map to dedicate a public right-of-way, then yes, there would be some expense with regard to surveying perhaps, and taking some time to work with, interested parties to do that. But it's not a huge expense. I mean, building the road would be the real expense, not really dedicating the public right-of-way, if I'm being clear.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. One more question, if that's okay?
You bet.
I feel like I've heard a couple different things, and there's been a lot of information with this development proposal. Is Summers going to actually get sidewalks built at the cost of the developer?
Yes, that's the proposal by the developer. That is stated in one of the conditions of approval, that the developer will design and install all improvements to Summer Street. The approval process includes going through the City Public Works Department, but it also ultimately the County Public Works Department, because it is a county road. And so they would approve it and oversee construction, but yes, the developer would install the improvements at their own cost prior to final plat approval of the first phase.
Okay. Thank you for your questions, Councilor Jordan and Councilor Anderson.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor, and thanks, Councilwoman Jordan, for asking that question. I just want to clarify, it's the entire length of Summers, which I do believe is several blocks between the start of the subdivision all the way to Highway 200, correct?
Yes, it's over 2,100 feet in length.
All right, great, thank you so much. May I have a follow-up, Madam Mayor?
Yes, you may.
And actually, I want to take it back to the conversation in regards to the easement. I thank Mr. Nugent for kind of posing that question, and I'll be curious to what people have to say, because traffic congestion does seem to be one of the things that keeps coming up as part of the concerns from the neighbors around this conversation. And if we did the easement, now, that would then allow for parks as they're designing and building out this park to whatever they decide to put there, to kind of have in the back of their mind that eventually at some point there could be a possibility for putting this road through. Therefore, maybe that wouldn't be exactly where they put, a layout of playground equipment or, kind of things like that. So that would be sort of a thought I had in regards to why now and not later, because then, this right now is raw land and it will be developed into a park. And so kind of providing as much guidance now would be hopefully advantageous. Unfortunately, Madam Mayor, there still continues to be no one from Parks?
That is correct. I'll slowly wander through my list here to see if anybody from Parks is online.
I'll just ask the question to Mr. DeGrandpre then. Basically, the easement, if required now, could at some point in time, if for some reason traffic issues do not come to fruition, the school doesn't open, can be, terminated so that it's not a worry for Parks? Or how does that work, given, kind of keeping in mind for future planning, if we required it now and then didn't end up needing it in the future?
So again, it would really be just lines on a map. It wouldn't be anything physical on the ground. It would be a 62-foot wide public access and utility easement that may or may not be used at some point in the future. So it really wouldn't have a lot of impact. Although I think, when the subdivider and the Parks Department are designing the improvements within this park, they would certainly take that into consideration. But at this point, again, the Missoula County Commissioners, specifically considered putting a road through Robinson Street, or allowing the subdivider to build a road to Robinson Street through this park, and they declined to take any action on that. So there really isn't any indication that that's in the near-term future, but who's to say what could happen in the long-term future? essentially, this though would be just simply putting lines on a map. You're right. It would allow for, potentially a different angle when thinking about what the park improvements might be in the future. But at this point, it wouldn't result in a lot probably on the ground in terms of changes.
Correct. Follow up, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
So the parkland that city parks, and I know we've talked about this before, and the developer basically goes all the way up to the line with the Canyon View Park, which is a county park. Now, someday, very potentially far in the future, who knows, no one has a crystal ball, if we were ever to annex East Missoula and this county park became a city park, then if need be, it would allow for the connectivity because it would all be under city parkland. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Just trying to make sure that we're kind of, once you build, you can't unbuild. So thinking, make sure we have all options open in the future. That's it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You bet, Councilor Anderson. And are there other council questions? Okay, not seeing any. Then Councilor Nugent, I believe what we'll do is put the motion on the floor before opening it up to public comment, and then motions. We'll take a break here.
Madam Mayor, I was wondering if the developer, if he could have 3 to 5 minutes, up to you guys, but if he could have 3 to 5 minutes to talk.
I don't believe that we were going to include developer comments this evening, but I will leave that up to Land Use and Planning Chair, Councilor Nugent.
I mean, we specifically tonight would be new information because we did hear from both of you extensively in the Wednesday committee meeting. So.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. You bet. Absolutely. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the clarification and additional information. All right, Councilor Nugent, we will hear the motions, plural.
This might make me reconsider chairing land use.
Let me know if you need a cough drop or something.
All right, and I'm just going to read the recommended staff motions to put them on the floor, and then we'll discuss and take public comment, obviously. I move the City Council adopt a resolution to annex the subject property as shown in Exhibit A and apply RT 5.4 residential city zoning to the property. I further move the City Council approve the adoption of an ordinance to rezone the subject property as shown and legally described in Exhibits A and B from RT 5.4 residential to RT 5.4 residential / NC-A Aspire Neighborhood Character Overlay. That motion requires 2/3 present and voting to support. I further move City Council approve the variance request from Article 3, Section 3-020.2, Table .2A of the City Subdivision Regulations to allow Aspire Loop, Hartwood Place, Jumbo Drive, Crosscut Way, Summer Street on site, and a portion of Waterside Drive on site to have a 62-foot right-of-way easement instead of the typical 70-foot for the low-density urban local street type. I further move City Council approve the variance request from Article 3, Section 3-020.2, Table .2A and 3-020.4.N to allow the northernmost approximately 415 feet of Waterside Drive to have a 54-foot right-of-way easement instead of 70 feet, and to have 1 parking lane instead of 2. Further move, City Council approve the variance request from Article 3, Section 3-020, Table .2A to allow a sidewalk on one side of Aspire Loop instead of 2 for approximately 460 feet. Further move, City Council approve a variance from City Subdivision Regulations, Article 3, Section 3-030.2.A2 to allow the block serving lots 1 through 18 and 103 through 113 to exceed the maximum 480-foot block length requirement. I further move City Council approve a variance from the City Subdivision Regulations, Article 3, Section 3-030.2.A2 to allow the block serving lots 19 through 31, 114 through 123, and 47 and 48 to exceed the maximum 480-foot block length requirement. I further move City Council approve a variance from City Subdivision Regulations, Article 3, Section 3-030.2A2 to allow the block serving lots 32 through 46 and 68 through 87 to exceed the maximum 480-foot block length. I further move City Council approve a variance from the City Subdivision Regulations, Article 3, Section 3-030.1.C3 to allow lots 62, 65, and 66 to abut and have access to an alley instead of a public or private street or road. I further move City Council approve a variance from City Subdivision Regulations, Article 3, Section 3-030.2.A2 to allow the block serving lots 58 through 67 to exceed the maximum 480-foot block length requirement. And I further move City Council approve the Aspire Phase Subdivision Preliminary Plat application subject to the recommended conditions of approval based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law in the staff report.
Excellent. Excellent job. Thank you very much. Councillor Jones.
So I'd like to propose 2 amendments to the last motion you made involving the conditions of approval, and see if you would take those as friendly amendments. If not, we can do it the long way. But the first amendment, I did send an email to Claire, the city clerk, and other councilors. Basically, it adds in language that there'll be installation of typical park improvements such as benches, trash cans, and picnic tables, and that the park along the Clark Fork River shall contain at a minimum 2 rest areas along the trail with benches and picnic tables. Specific conditions related to development of and phasing of parkland installation shall be addressed with a development agreement between the developer and City of Missoula Parks and Recreation. And just to briefly speak to my rationale for that, that river trail, I think we want to disincentivize people scrambling up and down the riparian area, but instead stay on the trail and in that park area, because otherwise it's very hard in the riparian area. And having some amenities in there, I think, would anchor it more so that people would stay in those areas. I also think for the adjacent neighborhoods, having you go take a dog walk. I walk miles with my dogs every day, and you do the loop, you go do the river trail, and you sit and look at the river for 10 minutes before you finish the dog walk. I don't know, I just think it's something that would open the door more to more community use of that besides just this subdivision. So that's the first friendly, hopefully, amendment. The second amendment I would like to make is to put in the 62-foot wide public easement access across the parkland from Robinson Street adjacent and connecting to this subdivision. And I think since we have the opportunity and we're touching it, now's the time to just keep options open for the future. We had a couple things tonight already where there were basically cleanup from decades past, and instead of causing more work in the future, if we just put some simple language in, I don't know if that will ever be needed or not, if it would be worth it to put in that road, considering the grade there, but we should at least just keep the options open, and then in the future there will be clarity if this sub passes tonight. So those are my 2 friendly amendments. Mr. Nugent.
For your first one, my understanding is that staff also asked the developer if they were okay with that, and so that one I think is absolutely a friendly amendment. The second one I would prefer to wait until after public comment, simply because I did kind of put that question out to the group to kind of hear their thoughts on it. So if that's all right.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So we have had a friendly amendment made for the addition of the benches, and then the consideration of the access easement will be considered later after we hear from public comment. Okay, thank you. Motions are on the floor, and so we will go ahead and open this up to public comment. Before we do, just by raise of hands, how many people here are interested in making public comment on this agenda item this evening? Okay, all right, just thank you. It helps just kind of gauge a sense. I appreciate that. Just as a reminder, public comment is limited to 3 minutes a person. I'll go ahead and time you up here. There's a light that helps gauge the amount of time, and it turns yellow when you've got 20 seconds left. I will ask that we don't jeer, clap, make comments as people are commenting. We ask folks not to do that because we try to keep this as a safe space. People are making comment about things that people disagree with. We want to make sure that everybody feels welcome to do that. So I appreciate your respect and the decorum in the room. Thank you very much. And I'll also mention this because this is a very complex land use item. There's a number of motions on the floor. I appreciate the clarity that City Attorney Sudbury provided earlier just in regards to council consideration on items that would be, for example, if council members do disagree with the findings of fact in the staff report, that there is basically documentation of fact, or that you're documenting your conclusion of law. I will say that a public comment in support or against of an item is not conclusion of law. And I just want to say that because I think oftentimes we hear from members of the public that say, but we showed up in either support or against things and it was passed one way or the other. And really the council are considering land use law and existing land use plans that are established. Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and open this up to public comment. First commenter, come on up. Please say your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
Robert Dunlap, 2316 West Kent Avenue, DUN-LOP. When I see that project out there, I see a police chief coming in here saying, I need more patrols out there. I need more police cars to do it out there. I see a fire chief coming in here saying, I need more fire protection out there. I need more fire engines to do it and more personnel. I see the mobility chief, maintenance, saying, I need more trucks to go out there. I need more men to go out there and repair the roads. I see the Parks and Recreation person coming in here. We need to improve those parks. We need more recreation programs out there. We've already established that new construction does not cover the cost of tax increases. I suggest that the city, for the sake of the taxpayers that are already here, leave that place alone. And while the developer has said, for every house that's moved into out there means a house is vacated somewhere. Well, that's probably true, but it doesn't mean that vacated houses in Missoula are helping us with our housing situation. That vacant house may well be in the state of California or in the state of Washington. Leave this project alone. I'm against it. That's for the sake of the taxpayers that's already here. You've made great strides as a council this year of slowing down the rate of tax increases. Keep on that path. Keep focused on what you got and let the county worry about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Dunlap. Other members of the public wishing to comment, come on up.
My name is Bruce Baxter, B-A-X-T-E-R. My wife Janice and I are adjacent homeowners to the Aspire property. At the August 21 Land Use Committee meeting, I shared a comment that someone had filed a civil complaint against my property. Dave Sanson of DeNova Homes felt I had insinuated that complaint came from DeNova. And he said he and his employees do not do business that way. I believe him, so I hereby publicly apologize. East Missoula is a scenic, quiet neighborhood. We ask 3 concessions from the City Council. Montana Avenue, Canyon View Drive have view lots. We enjoy views of the Clark Fork River, the river corridor, the wildlife migrating along the open space on the golf course, the river corridor, the railroad, and the Hellgate Canyon. At high water, we can see the rafters floating by, and we can see the river when it is roaring near flood stage. Canyon View Drive is called Canyon View for a reason. The planning board voted to reject DeNova's original overlay zoning plan and recommended a redesign of the housing plat. If DeNova's original housing plat is rubber stamped and DeNova builds 2-story houses, only the DeNova housing will have any views. East Missoula will no longer be a scenic, quiet neighborhood. There are no 2-story houses adjacent to the Aspire property. Two-story houses do not match the character of the neighborhood as required. We ask that de novo not block the views of Montana Avenue, Canyon View Drive with two-story houses. We ask that an adequate wildlife open space be left along the riverbank. Most people who have lawns weed spray their lawns. Weed spray studies show that from over 75% of waterfront sprayed lawns, the weed sprays get washed down into the waterways. We've regularly walked the length of East Missoula for 35 years now, and we recently counted 13 new multi-story housing complexes currently being built or completed along Highway 200 where we all have to drive. We ask that something be done to mitigate the crush of planned traffic on Summer Street and Highway 200. Aspire's traffic study states issues at the Summer Street Highway 200 intersection will likely remain above the desired condition. Adding sidewalks to Summer Street does nothing to improve the flow of 3,000 vehicles per day. The only way to reduce the traffic problems is to reduce the density of the housing. We thank the council and Dave Sanson for listening to our concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Baxter. Other public comment, come on up.
My name is Janice Baxter. I am a resident of East Missoula, and I am reading this from my friend, Keziah Cobb, who is also...
A little bit closer to the mic, please, just for the recording. Thank you.
Keziah Cobb, who is also a resident of East Missoula, and she was unable to stay. She's asking a question: what chemical runoff limits are in place for the zoning for subdivision, annexation, and rezoning? Aspire subdivisions, 110 Summer Street. This development intrudes on common wildlife trails and habitat. Neighborhood photos reveal regular passage of deer, foxes, birds, and annual waterfowl migration landing points. The river provides refreshment and fish to fowls and mammals. With water sites positioned down from the proposed Aspire subdivision, 110 Summer Street, what restrictions are done to limit toxic runoff of residual pesticides, fertilizers, and herbicides into the water? Damage done by glyphosates and other agrochemicals pose health risks reaching far downstream. What limits are in place to ensure rain will not deliver chemical runoff into the river and downstream, fish, fowl, wildlife, and communities? There is ample documentation of hormonal disruption, malformed mammals, and reproductive damage from exposure to glyphosates, similar chemicals. Thank you for your attention to this.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Baxter and Ms. Cobb. All right, next public comment, come on up.
Good evening, Mayor Davis and fellow council members. My name is Sue Holden, Holden, and I'm a resident of East Missoula. Thank you once again for this opportunity to speak. Taking into consideration all of the impacts to East Missoula, I'm only going to focus on the traffic because everything hinges on the safety of and the welfare of the East Missoula residents in addition to the traffic. This request has so assiduously tried to devalue the traffic impacts, which in turn impacts the safety of everyone. The main roads such as Speedway, Highton, Robinson, Montana, Clyde Street, Deer Creek Road, Canyon View Drive, all of those will be impacted in addition to Highway 200, not just Summer Street and Waterside Drive. Each and every road or street through East Missoula will have some degree of impact negatively affecting each and every person who lives there or travels through there. The traffic study done in 2021 does not accurately reflect actual or current traffic patterns, nor does it include the new Shaw Run parking lot, which accommodates up to 80 vehicles and has been full each and every day this summer with the overflow traffic back on the shoulder of Highway 200. The traffic study does not accurately reflect actual traffic with the reopening of Marshall Mountain. The traffic study does not accurately reflect the newest additions of the three-story apartment buildings, with another one still being built on and around the property of the only gas and convenience store in East Missoula, Ole's. I might add that those new apartments aren't even full yet, but that will most likely change with the UM students and fall enrollment. Those have added to the traffic increase and congestion, not only on Highway 200, but to Clyde Street and Randall Street around Ole's as well. Have you ever tried to get onto Highway 200 at 7 o'clock in the morning at any one of those intersecting streets, let alone the 90% of traffic estimated to come down Summer Street? Until the Highway 200 corridor project can be completed, any additional traffic to East Missoula will negatively impact an already unsafe passage. You have listened to us and read all comments, but now I hope you have heard us as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your comments, Ms. Holden. Other public comment.
My name is Clayton Shea. Clayton Shea, S-H-A-Y-A, and I recently returned to Montana from Washington. I've been following this one over the last couple of meetings through the Zoom meetings. And as I listen more and more, what I hear, I'm from a super small town, and I watched it change, and I remember exactly how it felt losing the things that we had, not having something added to what we had, but losing the things that we had about our peaceful little town that we loved. It's the retort to gentrification, and we hear it at almost every meeting. Everybody that I heard speak, 90%, said, we don't want this. It made me think of the opening of the Johnson last year at Franklin and the responses that came out of those people. We don't want this. We don't want to find out a year from now that what you told us you'll do isn't going to happen. We're not going to get the benefits of gentrification. We're going to get this part we don't want. It overlaps a lot. I would like to give real props. I know I'm supposed to speak to you. I apologize to Mr. Nugent, though, for asking what everybody has to say. I genuinely feel like that's the first time I've heard that here. And I'd like to point out that the woman who spoke too past asked a question. There's so many times we ask questions here. Where's the answer? Why do we come and ask questions? What is this body that we've elected for ourselves? Is this our city council? And why do people come in here en masse and have to fight to get what they want in their own space?
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Shea. Other public comment this evening on this agenda item.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and councilors. My name is Kate Baker, B-A-K.
So could you move that microphone just a little bit closer to you?
Sorry.
You can actually adjust it too if you wish to stand in the middle of the podium. There you go.
Thank you.
Thanks.
That's okay. My name is Kate Baker, B-A-K-E-R, and I live with my husband and our two small boys on Summer Street. I also have a small physical therapy practice in our home there. First off, thanks to all of you for your thoughtful consideration on this matter at the heart of East Missoula. I won't spend much time reiterating the myriad reasons why this development will devastate our neighborhood, but instead want to emphasize to you how the future of East Missoula is in your hands with this decision. I understand the pressure to create housing, but is ruining one of Missoula's historically affordable neighborhoods to create second homes for the wealthy truly how we want to do that? Does pushing 90% of the traffic down Summer Street feel like the right thing to do? The kids in Aspire will get beautiful sidewalks with trees to buffer them from the cars. Don't the Summer Street kids deserve that safety as well? East Missoulians are not anti-growth or development, but no single part of Missoula should have to shoulder 90% of those growth pains, as Summer Street residents would. I do understand that infill development is difficult, but I believe it can be done in a far safer manner and with far more respect for the neighborhood. East Missoula is such a cool and unique place. Shouldn't we strive to protect that character and its natural resources as it grows? If you annex this development, we will completely lose our voice and have no representation in what happens to our neighborhood. I ask you, how can that be the right way? It feels like a reverse Robin Hood situation, stealing from the poor folks to give more homes to the rich. Lastly, I'd like to know whose idea it was to shove a development of $800,000 homes into a traditionally blue-collar neighborhood and then decide to call it Aspire. What are we aspiring to? Are we aspiring to ruin precious riparian habitats? Are we aspiring to put kids in danger? Are we aspiring to break ordinances that were put in place to protect the people and character of neighborhoods? Are we aspiring to create haves and have-nots? My husband and I have put everything we have into our home, and if you vote yes on this, we will have to stare at a big sign reminding us that we didn't aspire high enough to deserve peace and safety for our children and neighborhood. Please vote no on this development, and let's build something better that won't leave so many hurt in its wake. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. Baker. All right.
Hi, Lady Mayor and council people. I am Steve Farmer, F-A-R-M-E-R. I'm a long-time resident of East Missoula. I grew up there as a kid. I moved there in 1973. I live in my mom's house now, okay? My backyard is Summers family's plot. They've had that land forever. It's over 100 years old. There's a lot of history there. It's about to go into the river. When they move in there and destroy all that stuff, you won't see the river no more. You won't see the railroad. I love watching the railroad every day. I watching the freeway and the river and all the people. And it's about to go bye-bye. They're going to completely destroy it out there. Then our taxes go up, and then everybody's not going to live it there no more. It's not going to be the peaceful East Missoula that it used to be. It needs to be left alone and left as like a family or a move in there and leave it as a farmland. That's farmland. That's not some $1 million housing development for the rich people. We're blue-collar people that live there. It's about to be destroyed. If they move in and destroy it, I'm leaving. And so is a whole bunch of my friends that live around there. Our taxes are gonna go up, the crime is gonna go up, and who knows what else is going to happen out there. I'm pretty upset about it. So is everybody in East Missoula. They're coming in there with their big dollars, and they're going to completely destroy it. So I don't know what to do. I got to say my little piece here. If you lived out there like us, people love to walk around there all over with their dogs, or just families walking around. That's going to all go bye-bye. It's not gonna be a safe place no more. You bring all these rich people in there with all their crime and their drugs and all whatever they bring, it is not gonna be East Missoula anymore. It's just gonna be some criminal place. That's all it's gonna be. It's gonna run a lot of us off. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Farmer. Other public comment this evening?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council, staff. My name is Dave Sanson. I am speaking on behalf of the property owner at 110 Summers Avenue. I can't help myself really in this type of situation. I really appreciate the opportunity for the city and the work that the staff has done to help guide us through this process of trying to initiate a thoughtful and concise process through your growth policies and the county's growth policies to try to create housing. And I think when you look at the issue that the region has, it's no secret that the Missoula area has a housing shortage. and that's driving up the price of housing that everybody's concerned and upset about. It's creating a situation where our police officers can't even afford to live here, as well as many other community members that would otherwise like to do so and having to commute so far. The whole purpose of infill development, as your successors or predecessors also determined through their growth element, is to try to take the most efficient use of the precious land that we have available in Missoula to provide the preciously needed housing. And with that supply, we can help provide housing security, help with the displacement issues that we're all suffering and all the other issues that come along with it, and even our children having to move away and out of the community because they can't afford to live here. And I'm not saying that what we're building is affordable or what we're proposing to build is affordable, but any new housing helps. And what the intent here was with your staff and through your growth and housing elements is to create a blend of density and mitigation and community enhancement. So we can't do it the old way. We can't go back to doing it the way how maybe East Missoula looks today or other parts of town. But we can do it in a thoughtful, conscious method that mitigates the impacts, like on Summers Avenue, where we've put in extensive voluntary improvements because we've listened to the people of East Missoula and trying to create public safety with sidewalks, widened streets, parking lanes, because yes, this was designated as a collector street for that region to service this land many decades ago, way before any of us were here. We've provided public access to the last segment of the river so that everybody in East Missoula and the community at large can enjoy the same asset that many of the residents are saying that they want to try to preserve. And we're providing more park and more public enhancement than is required by this project. That's the aspiration, to do what we're supposed to do as developers, as professionals, as the city.
Thank you, Mr. Sampson.
To take care of the community. So I appreciate the opportunity, and I hope that you also feel compelled to move this project forward. Thank you very much.
Next public comment. Come on up.
My name is Kathleen.
Come on up to the microphone first before. Yeah, there you go. You can adjust it closer to your mouth. It might be a little easier. There you go.
My name is Kathleen Hughes, and as I sit here, I'm having a distinct feeling that many people here are going to vote on something that they have never gone to, gotten out of their car, walked around, and looked at what's really going to happen, what's going on. If you have not, you have no right to vote yet. You shouldn't be able to do that if you cannot look at that and think, okay, can I back my car out of the driveway? How am I going to get out? How am I going to get to work in the morning if I can't back my car with 3,000 cars going by? How are my kids going to get to school? Have you provided for deciding where you're going to have stop signs or lights or something to help children get to school? Anyway, those are questions. I hope you can ask them, answer them. And if you cannot say that you have been there and walked around that property, don't vote. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Ms. Hughes. Other members of the public wanting to comment? Come on up.
My name is Linda Ensign, E-N-S-I-G-N, and my property abuts the Aspire subdivision. You have already heard our arguments against this subdivision many times, so I would like to talk about the property itself and the reason why all these people are grieving its loss. I've lived in my home overlooking this field for 47 years, and I see one of the last undeveloped river corridors in the valley. I have ice skated on the ponds that form at the base of the embankment on the wet years. I have watched eagles fledge over the field. I have seen them walk through the hay where the horses were fed, lifting with their claws the hay to chase out the mice. I have seen fawns born and watched them race through the grass as they test their independence. A red fox trots past my back gate early in the morning. A coyote and a raven spar over something unsavory. The coyote wins. Bear, skunk, raccoon, you get the picture. It saddens me that all you see is developable residential property with sewer and water already available. 406 Developments has told us many times how hard they have worked to make the unacceptable acceptable, and ask you to consider the benefit of Missoula as a whole, because approving this subdivision is clearly not good for the neighbors at any level. Before the crowding and the loss of our property values and the traffic, the neighbors will endure the smell of the diesel smoke and the clouds of dust when the wind blows as the big machines chew up the habitat I have just described. And for all of this, Missoula gets 25 units a year for 10 years.
Thank you for your comments, Mrs. Ensing. Other public comment this evening?
Hi, Dustin Baker. I live on 601 Montana, Baker. Mr. Nugent, you talked about traffic and dispersal from Robinson Street. If Robinson Street does make a through route to this subdivision, that allows for for an extra entrance to Highway 200, dividing that traffic and splitting some of those routes to Missoula through two different intersections. That dispersal of traffic helps our community. There's a lot of people that live internal to, or work internal to our community. We have a lot of live-make residences. There's a lot of things going on internal to that. So having that through route will really help. We also have the school there. Missoula Public Schools hasn't sold that property and doesn't seem like they are planning on selling that and have invested to keep that maintained. So we would expect that in some future iteration that school would open, and we want to try to provide safe passage for the people in the subdivision and from around our community to make it to school without, as somebody had said earlier, 6 blocks of reroute to make it there. Annexation to the city really hurts the first-time home buyer a lot in these areas. East Missoula is one of the few areas in our county that you can apply for a USDA rural development loan. That loan helps first-time home buyers get into their home without a down payment. East Missoula, again, is one of those few places that's compact, and I know a lot of my friends and neighbors have used that option, and that helps, again, first-time home buyers. If this was county developed in different methods or densities, that leaves those options on the plate for that, those first-time home buyers. So if we're truly worried about getting new people in these homes, it's a big benefit. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Baker. Other members of the public wishing to make comment?
Hi, my name is Chad Randash. I'm half property owner of 885 Speedway, and that's the property that's along the riverbank. My partner and I at 885 Speedway were very cognizant of who we wanted to develop this land in a way that works for everyone. Dave Sanson and his development team has demonstrated that commitment over the last 3.5 years to bring us to this point today. As a third-generation Montanan, I fully understand the challenges our great state is under, but I applaud the city growth vision to address housing affordability and the housing shortage, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Randich. Other members of the public, come on up. We'll wait for you.
Thank you. Mrs. Mayor, council members, my name is Pat MacDonald. I'm 84 years old, born in Missoula, lived in Missoula all my life, and I've lived the major part of it out in just east of East Missoula, so I'm very familiar with the area. The area has always been kind of a low-income area, and I think as a result, a lot of the residents of the area don't get the status and don't get the care that they should. And I think we have a situation here where you need to watch that carefully. I think it's so easy for the council to get so involved in these new developments that are going on that we kind of forget the needs of the people that are out there in East Missoula. So keep them in mind. And I can tell you that having driven through East Missoula for a good 70 years, we're still driving on the same old Highway 200 with the same old absence of sidewalks. Only now we've got just lots of congestion. And if you want to go out there and witness that, as one of the people said, go out there in the early morning or late afternoon. Have a tough time getting on the highway. And so anyway, even if these developers are great people and the development is a great place and they've done everything right, you've got access problems there that are horrible. And you're not addressing them, and maybe they're beyond being addressed. I don't know. But you've got the intersection coming off of I-90 that just gets to be a real tough deal. And then, like I say, trying to get on 200 in front of Ole's is very challenging. And then the river, and thank God we have a river that runs through our fine city. It disperses a lot of energy from young people, I think. But out on Sherrill, they fill that up and fill up the parking places there. And then I don't object to having to slow down and crawl across the bridge slowly, but you're fearful that you're going to hit someone. And again, it's the congestion of all of this traffic. And so how you solve that one, I don't know, but it's a big problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, Mr. MacDonald. Are there other members of the public that wish to comment? Come on up.
My name is Kim Clevenberg, K-L-E-V-E-N-B-E-R-G. And I lived on Summers for 30 years. And I just, they put these storage units in out there. And I drove up and down Summers for 30 years. And I asked the owner of the storage unit if he could please, in the winter months, put the snow inside the fence. And he looked up at me and he said, you know, that's a good idea. You know, I says, yeah, because when I go out to turn south on Highway 200 with all that snow, I can't even see. And it's just, these developers, it snows in Montana. And yeah, just think about it a little bit. We're not in Seattle. It snows here. There's a lot of unanswered questions on single parking. And where are they going to put the snow? And yeah, just my main concern is the safety on Summer Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kleinberg. I probably got that wrong, but thank you for your comment. Other public comment in the room this evening? Come on up.
Good evening and thank you. My name is Lisa Thomas, T-H-O-M-A-S. And first I would like to thank you for coming out to East Missoula, Mr. Campbell, and actually looking at the property and noticing Robinson and the drop and the difficulty of putting that extra access. That's probably why there aren't more access points, is because it's never been that easy to just put a road out to that property. And that's why that property is the isolated part of our community. And I think we're really trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. And I've been watching the developer for a long time. The plans don't really change. It's still the round peg and the square hole. And that's why it's not working. And that's why we've all been sitting here all evening trying to tell you this doesn't work. And we've lived out there. I'm probably the youngest person. I've been there for 25 years. And that's just the problem. And we don't have voter representation on the city council. So you can say that in 10 or 20 years, when you own the place, you'll just put a road in. Well, we live out there now, and we're trying to tell you it's not that easy. So please be careful. And if you haven't been out there, probably shouldn't be voting yes without more information. Thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Anybody else in the room want to make public comment tonight? Hello.
I'm Doug Franzen, F-R-A-N-D-S-E-N. F-R-A-N-D-S-E-N. Thank you. I just want to urge you to vote against it. I appreciate the councilor coming out and seeing the property, and but for several reasons, but I wanted to mention a few in particular. One, I've lived out there for over 45 years, and I live on Montana Avenue, and that Canyon View subdivision that abuts the new subdivision, there's a lot of covenants there, and I think you should take a look at those covenants without going into a lot of detail. One in particular is that we can't build up 2 stories. And like I wanted to build my house up 2 stories, and I thought, well, no, I can't do that. It's against the covenants. I mean, I'd love to, but I can't. But these houses are allowed to be 2 stories, and we do need housing in Missoula. And this, I have to admit, the developer put a lot of thought and work into it, and some of the things there are nice. I actually agree with the long city streets, by the way. That makes a lot more sense in terms of land use. But overall, when you look at the whole development, there's just too many serious problems with the access on Summers Street. And Summers, it just isn't designed for it. It isn't gonna work well for us that live there. It's just too big of a problem to just ignore it and say, well, we need housing. And besides that, they're mostly building housings that are gonna end up being 800,000. Well, they say 600 and 700, but by the time they build it, it'll be 800. But the point of it is, it isn't going to be housing for the working people in Missoula that we really need. So it really isn't gonna satisfy a desirable need that we have. It's just going to create another subdivision out there. So I urge you to vote against it at this time until we can figure out how to get this access problem really solved with Summers Street. And well, I could also say quickly that with that Canyon View Park, I pay into that a few dollars every year in taxes, and that's kind of my neighborhood. And that came before the county to create that roadway a couple of years ago, and for several reasons, the county doesn't want to do that. And without going into all those reasons and all that discussion has come up at the county level, and they don't want to build the road through there in general. The Parks Department, the county voted against it. They voted against it. So, to try to look at Robin Street and say that's going to help with traffic on Summers, we've already voted against that once. And the last thing I'd like to say, it kind of rubs against me that all of us out here in East Missoula, as I said, we have no votes for any of you people, and you people are voting for the subdivision. So we feel bad about it. It's a tough situation. And it's not your fault, it's not our fault, it's just the way it is, but it's a bad situation. So I'm asking you to listen to the people that live out there, even though we can't vote for you. And
thank you, Mr.
Franzen. Thank you.
Thank you. Other members of the public in the room tonight wishing to make public comment on this agenda item? Okay, not seeing any in the room, we'll move online and see if there's any members of the public that wish to make public comment on this agenda item this evening. I'm not seeing any online.
I see one hand raised. Let's see here. There we go. Jack Leahy, can you go ahead and unmute, and I'll go ahead and time you on this side.
Hi, Mayor Davis. This is actually, I'm just on Jack Leahy's screen, but this is Molly Gray. I'm a resident of East Missoula, and we live right up on Summers, which, as you guys have pointed out, is going to be the major roadway coming from the Aspire subdivision. Having spoken with many of my neighbors about this possible development, it's very apparent that the drastic change, it's really heavy on all of our minds, and in our perspective is inconsistent with multiple points of the City of Missoula's development and growth review criteria. We're worried about the impact that it's going to have on our current infrastructure, road safety, traffic congestion, and light and air pollution in our neighborhood, as well as the important adjacent riparian habitats. Missoula needs affordable housing in lower impact areas, and Aspire does not fit this objective. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mrs. Gray. And next online, JC. Go ahead and unmute yourself now if you can, please.
Hi, my name is Jesse Chase. I'm at 885 Speedway Avenue with Chad Randash. Good evening and due respect to you, Madam Mayor, and our council members here. You know, as a father of a daughter on the UM campus, as a uncle to nephews and a niece in Missoula, I'd like to speak on their behalf. I know my daughter, my niece, my nephews growing up in Missoula, they'd like to be able to have the opportunity to grow roots, to have the opportunity to raise a family like a lot of us have. They'd like to be able to contribute to the furtherment, the betterment of Missoula. And I understand that no one wants their view changed, but we want our schools to remain strong. We want our schools to remain funded. We want all the public jobs to be able to make a decent wage. And you know, we want them to be able to make a go of it too, just like we've been able to. Without housing options, and you know that comes with growth. We're going to need to lose. You know, we're going to lose tax base. We're going to lose strong schools. We're going to lose these public jobs that we so direly need. And if we're not growing, frankly, we're dying. I don't want to see our young people leave town because there's not a home for them to live on. They're stuck living in apartments, and I can imagine that gets old after a while. But, you know, as for me, I'd put up with a modification to my view. I'd put up with, you know, a little growth. I'd like to see our young people to be able to stick around because we have housing options for them. You know, I'd like for them to feel a sense of ownership, to feel like they can permanently set down roots. You know, so I place my support in favor of this subdivision. I'd like to see our young people have options outside of renting apartments. So, you know, I thank you for your support. I thank you for your time. I know it's a thankless job making the decisions you guys have to do, but ultimately it's if we're not growing, we're dying. So I place my vote in favor of this subdivision. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Chase. All right. Eric Berry, you are next. If you can go ahead and unmute on your side.
Yeah, Eric Berry, B-E-R-R-Y. I'm one of the residents on the very southeast end of Summers. And, you know, I appreciate everybody's comments and definitely understand the need of housing for Missoula. You know, I've been in Missoula my entire life and lucky enough to have some good opportunities. And, you know, our home in East Missoula is not our first home, but have bounced around to many neighborhoods. You know, East Missoula is a unique place that has some great qualities. that are truly unique. You know, the blue collar nature, the sense of community, our neighbors, in all compared to the maybe 6 other neighborhoods I've lived in Missoula over my life. East Missoula has something special, and I'm a little concerned that putting this level of density tucked away essentially into this quiet neighborhood with only, you know, one primary and one secondary access point to that character of East Missoula really isn't going to be able to be sustained. Those safe streets, quiet streets, neighbors knowing each other, you know, neighbors waving on summer streets and kids walking. And, you know, I'm just greatly concerned about putting a higher density development inside of a lower density development with no true safe way to get that access more directly with a wider street and more public safety. So urging everyone to vote against. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Berry. And Bill online. I'll unmute you on this side. If you can unmute on your side, you're ready for public comment.
All right. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
All right, very good. My name is Bill Junkemeyer from East Missoula. You know, I'd like to review some of the criterion for deciding on approval this evening. For instance, we've heard a lot about the growth policy. One aspect of the growth policy is livability. Livability will be hindered because this development is embedded into East Missoula, and while this development will have livability aspects, it will be an island. But it will negatively impact the livability of East Missoula. As the growth policy states, the transportation network should accommodate new growth and redevelopment, but by providing options and adequate infrastructure to avoid congestion and minimize traffic hazards. This does not exist. While there are 2 routes being planned out of this development, traffic will disperse throughout East Missoula. The issue is the amount of traffic due to the density. The 2050 Missoula Long-Range Traffic Study estimated that between 2015 and 2040, East Missoula would grow by about 900 units. With this development, there will be over 600 new units on the books, and we still have 16 years to go in this study. In the meantime, minimal has been done to address the transportation infrastructure in East Missoula, thereby impacting the livability of East Missoula and this development. The timing of this development is wrong. We've heard a lot about the safety aspect. With the increased traffic, it's going to create safety issues, backing out of driveways, lack of bike paths, lack of East Missoula sidewalks. Another aspect of the growth policy is housing. Housing and transportation have a direct linkage with each other, and East Missoula is without a strong transportation network. The growth policy states there should be a strong sense of place in this community and neighborhood through compatible connectivity to neighboring developments. This connectivity will not exist. Community design. Clear guidance for our future land use and development. The land use strategy we have is to develop inwardly, preserve our open spaces, and protect the stream corridors. This does not protect the stream corridor. This parcel is on the fringe. It's an island, and with no common boundary to the city. The city has a plan to eventually annex East Missoula, but not today. So if the city annexes this development today, then the city will own all the traffic issues being created for it. And finally, the environmental quality issue. Within the growth policy, it's stated to protect and enhance our open spaces. We should be here today discussing how to preserve this open space and the stream corridor instead of harming it. Maintain and enhance health of the river, including the riparian zones. We've had minimal discussion about what the proper riparian setback is. In fact, the plat has the same setback distance from the original proposal, so there's been no consideration on the lack of riparian setback.
Mr. Junkermeyer, you're past 3 minutes. Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next online, we have Caitlin Frisbee.
Hi there, Caitlin Frisbee, resident of East Missoula. And first off, I just want to commend, Missoula on their pro-housing and walkable and support of walkable neighborhoods and communities. And, being really excited about that and excited for Missoula for being excited about that, this just seems really counterintuitive. As people have said, the density of development out here in East Missoula doesn't make sense for that walkability. In fact, it hinders the walkability of the residents that currently live here. As we were cleaning up downed trees in one of the numerous storms we've had, me and my neighbors were commenting on how great it was that the kids were riding their bikes and seeing the kids riding their bikes with their little fishing poles and going down to the river. And I know that it won't always be like that, and sidewalks will eventually be put into East Missoula, but I think it feels a little bit like the horse or the cart before the horse at this point, especially with Missoula's focus on these walkable communities and neighborhoods. So I just urge everyone to think about that, and I think we're making huge strides in walkability, but this seems like a step backwards. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Frisbee. And Emily L., you are next.
Hi. I just wanted to say that I agree with all of my amazing community members here in East Missoula that have stood up and spoken over the last however many meetings and iterations there have been on this Aspire development. I don't want to rehash or reiterate any of the things that they said. I agree with all of them. I just want to say I bought a house here 6 years ago, and I was in my late 30s when I was able to do so. After 6 years, I don't know if I'd be able to buy back into the same neighborhood I live in now. Putting in a bunch of high-end housing is not going to help the community that I am lucky enough to be in. And I hope that the city council members can hear our voices, since we don't have the actual representation. And please take it to heart that we are a community-minded area, and we really we oppose this, and I oppose this. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for your comments. All right, those are all the hands that I see online. And so I'll make one last call for folks online, and then we'll conclude our public comment of this agenda item. Sure, you can come on up, you bet. And then we're going to go ahead and wrap it up because we did just do our room, but you bet, come on up.
Hello, I'm Lee Bridges from East Missoula, Bridges. We're not trying to stop the development of this property. We know it's going to be developed. What we're asking for, this is our simple ask. We just want it to stay in the county so that we have a voice in what happens in our community. We feel like this is an isolated thing where the city has this 3 times the size of our units being stuffed in and creating all these problems for us that we don't have a voice in working with the solutions on. We're not your voters, we're not your taxpayers. We are county, and that's all we're asking. We know the developers are going to develop housing out there, and we need housing. We're not disputing any of that, but at least if it remains in the county, we have a voice in how our neighborhoods are cohesively built and together and structured with our infrastructure, and we become a part of it, and we're not separated like this. There's so much disconnect going on between this high-density city development versus just doing it with our community. We'd like to have some input. The developer has stressed that he's had all these public meetings. I was the community council member or chairman for years, and I can probably count on one hand all the public meetings that we had in that many years. So what I'm saying is that we haven't had our voices heard. I know they came in with big ideas, but we're not looking for parks. We're looking for safety. We're looking to maintain the community in our peaceful way of life that we've had there for all these years. And we feel like it will be destroyed having all of this funneled down our Summer Street like that. There's so many problems that have not been resolved. The big problem is the intersection of Highway 200 and Summer Street. What is the solution for that? There's going to be tons of traffic there. Compared to the few hundred that might be there now, you're going to a couple thousand. Holy, I'm just asking that we stay in the county. That's all. It's just that simple. Thank you. Please vote no.
Thank you, Ms. Bridges. All right. Okay, that wraps up our public comment this evening, and that brings us then back to council parliamentary debate. So are there any council questions or are there comments that council members wish to make? I'm sorry?
Just clarification, if I may. Are we deliberating on this as one complete package, one fell swoop, or are we doing individual?
A very reasonable question to ask since we have so many motions. Chair Nugent, how would you like to handle this? I would think we would probably take one.
The votes will be individual, but we're not going to deliberate on, we're going to have the conversation as a whole piece.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for clarifying, yeah. Council deliberation as a whole, but we'll take votes independently. All right, I see hands are up. I'm gonna go to Councilor Anderson first.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. I have 3 questions if you'll allow.
Sure.
Great. And they're basically kind of reflective of some of the comments that we heard, and so hopefully this will help clarify some stuff for the audience as well as us on council. I think most of these can probably be answered by Mr. de Grand Prix. I know 1 and 2 can. But the density that would be allowed on this parcel, we've heard a lot about too many houses, and if we leave it in the county, there'll be less. My understanding and my notes reflect from your presentation that the density, if allowed to stay in the county, would not actually be that much different than what is being proposed right now. So if you could clarify kind of, the number of units this development would produce versus what would be allowable by the maximum density in the county, I think would be really helpful, please.
Thank you, Councilor Anderson. Dave de Grand Prix. So the baseline county zoning would allow 6 dwelling units per acre. What's proposed on the table right now is 7.1 dwelling units per acre. The county zoning, so not much different. The county zoning also has some opportunities for cluster development and increasing the density. Overall, my analysis is they're quite comparable.
When you say cluster developments, is that a fancy terminology planning terminology for multi-family units?
Yeah, that's one way to put it, I guess. Sorry for talking in planarese or planner. Yeah. Anyway, so if cluster development means grouping housing together on one portion of the property and setting aside another portion of the property where development would not occur. So they could increase, the county zoning has mechanisms to increase the overall density to be every bit, to be easily 7 dwelling units per acre, just like the proposal is here. But the baseline zoning, again, to keep it simple, is 6 dwelling units per acre in the county. And what's proposed now is 7.1, but it's largely equivalent in my opinion.
Great, I think that's really important. I appreciate you taking the time to explain that. And then in regards to Summers Avenue, I think I actually asked this question a little earlier, but just wanted to reiterate asking and having you answer it. The developer is going to be putting sidewalks down the entirety of Summers from the beginning of this development all the way to Highway 200. If this had been developed in the county, would that same level level of infrastructure be required?
I don't know the answer to that question.
But we are requiring sidewalks as a part of our recommendation. So the concerns about children walking with lots of traffic will be mitigated by the fact that there will be sidewalks.
That's true.
Great. And then my final question, I know that originally the plans to annex East Missoula were put on hold so that the citizens or taxpayers could pay off their the sewer bond. My understanding is that that bond is actually paid off by now, and so annexation, you know, has been delayed so that they wouldn't get double taxed. But the first problem seems to be taken care of in terms of the fact that the sewer bond and SID has been paid off. And so we could move forward with annexing the entirety of East Missoula, correct?
I think that's the case, but I have not dived deeply into all the details.
Mr. Sudbury, do you want to augment that that answer or answer Councilor Anderson's question there?
Ryan Sudbury with the City Attorney's Office. My recollection is that there are 2 years left on the delayed annexation agreement signed by the city, and actually I'm not sure who is the counterparty to that, but the city's committed for another 2 years to not annex the rest of East Missoula. So.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. We can get that clarified. I
believe the agreement runs for 10 years, and it was signed in 2016, and so I think there's 2 years left on that. But
sounds like there needs to be some clarification, but either way, this proposal does not annex all of East Missoula. All right, next question, Councilor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It sounds like some colleagues still have questions, so I just have comments at this point. So I'd like to hear some more of the comments or questions that may come up that may add to that. So
okay,
I'll defer at this point.
Okay, that sounds good. And Councilor Sherrill.
Yeah, thanks. I don't know if anyone's going to be able to answer these, but I'm gonna ask them anyway. Is there, you know, when we talk about the school opening, is there a density of kids that would actually require that school to open? We don't have anyone here from.
Nobody is here from Missoula County Public Schools to answer that. Is that anything, Mr. de Grand Prix, that has been addressed as part of the planning for this project?
Not to my knowledge. The only comment that we have from the public school district was from a former superintendent of public schools who just indicated that he was not concerned with this development, that it would be developed over a period of time, and the school district, in his estimation, could absorb the projected number of students.
Okay, not in the local school, though. We don't know anything about that. And I have another question, if that's okay.
You bet.
But I would assume at some point that would prompt the opening of an additional school. I am wondering about, we're back to traffic. I am wondering when, I mean, the improvement for all the rafting launches, there, the improvement of the parking lot, as well as Marshall Mountain opening. I do think that has, since our last traffic study, that has increased the traffic. At what level do we take that into account as far as doing another traffic study, or is it just the density of this development? How do traffic studies get, how do they get triggered?
Mr. de Grand Prix, would you answer that question, or?
I'd prefer to push it to Troy Monroe if he wants to. If not, I can try to tackle it.
Certainly. Mr. Monroe, are you on?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Troy Monroe, City Engineer. Yes, so the traffic impact study was specific to the development itself and what its impacts are. Now, improvements to the overall East Missoula community has been going on by, MDT and the MPO. They included 1,200 additional units They included more commercial, they included more recreational. So they had put that in their planning when they made these designs for the East Missoula segment. So just want to make sure that that was known, that they did anticipate more development happening in East Missoula. And just so everyone knows, this has been funded, this portion and the railroad improvements. The MPO has stated they have received the federal funding for that, so these ones will be moving forward.
May I have one more follow-up?
You bet.
Okay. Thanks, Troy. Troy, you're at the bottom of my screen for some reason. I keep not being able to find you in here. There was a question about, I know FWP signed off on this, and then I'm wondering, does DEQ do anything with the proximity of the river and talking about kind of the runoff from lawns and things? Could someone speak to that? DEQ would be a different...
DEQ has a role in, so one of the conditions of approval is that the subdivider receive approval from DEQ along with the City County Health Department and the City Public Works Department for water supply, wastewater treatment, solid waste, and stormwater runoff. So I guess what we're getting at here is stormwater runoff. DEQ has a role in assuring that stormwater, but all the agencies do, that stormwater is retained on site, is collected, is taken from the homes, from the lots, from the streets, is infiltrated appropriately, as opposed to being sent off to the river. And there are a couple of conditions of approval that specifically address this. One just simply requires a DEQ approval. And of course, the city has, construction oversight, maintenance, people going out and checking that things are done right. And then also, there are some additional permits that are required. There's a stormwater pollution prevention plan that's required. There's a permit that would be required for installing the trail along the riverbank, in that park. And so there are mechanisms in place to ensure that on initial development that stormwater is contained so that it will not just run off from homes, from lawns, things like that, and run into the river.
Yep, you bet, absolutely. All right, Councilor Vasecka.
Thanks. I don't know who to direct this question to, so whoever wants to take it. Regarding an earlier public comment, can city departments, specifically police and fire, handle this annexation?
Yes, we believe they can. We've been working with the city fire department throughout this process. We haven't received any comments from police. But that's not unusual. It seems to be the norm. But we've been working with city fire, the streets, the alleys, etc., the fire hydrant plan, the addressing plan, the street naming plan, etc. They're involved with all of that.
Okay, great. That's all my questions.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Vasecka. Councilor Jones.
Dave, Mr. DeGrange, could you just go through how many phases there are and the time frame estimated on the phases and how many units per phase? So what does it look like, basically?
Okay, let me get to the slide. You're asking the detailed questions.
Can I, while he's finding that, I wanted to make a note that we do have a representative from Parks on the call now if someone wanted to reiterate their question about park design and easements.
Thanks. And back to the phasing plan. So there are 6 phases. The first phase is proposed to be final platted, meaning that the lots are actually created, the streets are in place, fire hydrants, etc. Phase 1 is proposed to be platted by December 31st of next year, that's 2025, and then all the way through phase 6, December 31st of 2035.
Okay, thank you. And then since we have a representative from Parks, I think the question was if there is an easement and the potential for a road going through that inner park, does that impact the park design? Am I correct? Am I remembering that correctly?
Yes, you are.
Okay, all righty. So I'm not sure who our parks representative is, but we were discussing just setting aside an easement for a potential connection with Robinson Street, which would impact the park. And if this is done now, not knowing if it'll ever be used, does that help guide parks to create a park that eventually, if necessary, would accommodate that?
Thank you. This is Nathan McLeod from Parks and Recreation. And I think I understand your question. And I think it would affect the design of the park. It's in particular, Canyon View Park, the existing county park, is fairly small. And so the ability to get a right-of-way through there in the future, because we're looking at trying to design the two parks together to work as one, would definitely create impacts. I don't know what those would be at this time because we haven't gone down the road of designing the parks. But if we think about what we would need for a typical right-of-way, we're looking at probably 60 feet minimum. So that's quite a bit of space. So I think it would create an impact. The other potential challenge would be that the having a road that connects to Robinson from, and I can't remember the names of the roads within the subdivision, but through that park would then potentially sever the two pieces of the park, the north-south. So there's like a kind of a triangle off to the north that's kind of fairly steep slope, doesn't have a lot of recreational value. The only reason that we are actually accepting that portion of the parkland as dedicated city parkland is because it's attached to the rest of the park and kind of can work together as a whole. But if this was going to be cut off by a street, then I think we would not want to accept that as city parkland because we'd be maintaining a piece of land that doesn't really have any value to the public. And so that would change the parkland dedication calculations. It also, the other challenge I see is that I believe this development was not trying to create an HOA. And so if they were going to have common area, they would have to create an HOA to maintain that common area. So that would be that little piece, that triangle piece that I'm talking about that doesn't really have much of a purpose as a park if it's separate. Does that answer the question?
Yes, I think it does. Yeah, I think that's all for me for now.
Okay.
I know there were other hands raised, so.
Okay, great. Thank you, Councillor Jones. And Councillor Melson.
No questions at this time, but I do have a comment. Unless there's other councillors that do have questions, I'm happy to deliver the comment, but.
You can do either one. You can wait if you wish to deliver your comment, and we can, Councillor Jordan has her hand raised, and I can come back to you.
Let's do that.
Okay, you bet. Councillor Jordan.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. de Grandpré, I just wanted to ask a clarifying question. My understanding is that we don't really do any stormwater treatment in Missoula because we don't have the capacity. What we do is create dry wells where runoff would drain into the dry wells and then be absorbed into the ground. Are you saying that we are going to do some really specific stormwater treatment for runoff from roads and sidewalks other than dry wells?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so it's just going to be dry wells, which are basically holes in the ground where the water runs in untreated and then disperses through the ground. So I just wanted to clarify that. My day job is working in stormwater and septic, and I just wanted to clarify that we actually are not treating stormwater in Missoula because it's really expensive, and our answer to that is to do these dry wells. But it does mean that whatever's on the road will run into the dry well and be there until the city has the capacity to come in and clean out those dry wells, and then we disperse the sediment appropriately from there. So I just kind of a clarifying question / comment that I wanted to make. So thank you for that. And I do have a comment as well, but I'm just not sure if it's time to do comments. I guess you told Eric he could make his, so maybe I'll make mine too, so I don't have to raise my hand again, if that's all right, Mayor?
You bet it is. You bet. Go ahead, Councillor Jordan.
Thank you. Just gonna pull up my notes. So I just wanted to say I will be voting no on this. I appreciate the work that the planning board did with their review of the submission, specifically due to the amount of variances requested, the lack of environmentally sensitive riparian setback, the lack of match between the existing neighborhood with the proposed development, the increased traffic through the existing neighborhood, among many other reasons mentioned in the planning board's report. The discordance between the planning board and the city planners exemplifies this mismatch between city code and the growth policy. Additionally, lower density and or lower socioeconomic neighborhoods are suffering from that mismatch between the city's growth policy and the existing code, which is reflected in the planning board's decision. My ward, which is Ward 6, Franklin to the Fort, River Road area, and others are getting overwhelmed by the dense apartment complexes surrounded by single-family homes and duplexes because it's more profitable. And finally, addressing the housing crisis through density but not affordability is problematic. Missoula is a desirable place to live, and as such, housing prices are going to remain high for years to come. So as previously mentioned, I will be voting no for all of the reasons mentioned. Thank you.
You bet, Councilor Jordan. Thank you for your questions and comments. And Councilor Nugent, I think you had your hand raised for a question, but unless Councilor Melson, you'd like to go first. You got in there first before Councilor Nugent.
Yeah. Dave, I know we talked about this a bit at the committee on Wednesday. I think there's several people in the room who weren't there. And I would say Wednesday, I think we had quite a bit of good conversation on a lot of the questions that are being asked again tonight and that were asked last week and in the previous hearing of this at council. And I think that would be worthwhile for people to go back and take a look at if they haven't yet. But Dave, there's been a lot of conversation about where this development is in regards to the city and city services. And obviously there is some city limits out there further, Canyon River community and things like that. Can you kind of give a little bit more context, and you can repeat yourself from Wednesday, that's fine, around what the kind of focus inward means in our growth policy and why the staff feels that this counts or that this is focus inward, even though it's in East Missoula, kind of on the edge of the city?
Sure. Well, staff has spent a lot of time working with the developer. We started 2.5, possibly even 3 years ago, working with the developer when they initially approached city staff, because anyone who wants to develop this property is going to have to connect on to city water and sewer. And so ultimately, the first step really would be to contact us. And so we deliberated at the staff level. So we have a design review team consisting of folks from, Ryan Sudbury from the city attorney's office. We have folks from Public Works and Mobility, from Stormwater, from Parks, from, different disciplines within the city of Missoula. And ultimately we decided that given the fact that this property is within the city's annexation area A, so the city has an adopted annexation policy, it's within the primary area of annexation, which simply annexation area A simply means that the property largely complies with the city's criteria for annexation, but it's an adopted document that we have. And then we also looked at the city growth policy, and the city growth policy specifically calls this property, this whole area out really as to be developed for residential development at a density of between 3 and 11 dwelling units per acre. This proposal checks that box as well. The focus inward notion of the growth policy, which is really kind of the main thrust of our current growth policy, is to encourage development located on utilities, so city water, city sewer, where streets and trails can be made available through typically conditions of approval, where there's reasonably close access to businesses, like grocery stores and fire and police protection and medical facilities and those sorts of things. And I know that East Missoula is a little bit far out, but it's not any farther out really than kind of some of the development that we're seeing on the west side of town in the Mullen area. And so, weighing all of these factors, city staff advised the developer that this is where we wanted to see growth. And then, but probably most importantly, we have these lenses through our strategic planning process. Previous mayors and also the current mayor have developed these strategic plans, and we want to, and the thrust of these plans is to look at the city's growth through different lenses. One of them, and perhaps the most important, is housing. We all know that we need a lot of housing units to make housing more affordable. The thrust of it has been to increase the supply of housing, and ultimately we hope, there's a certain amount of demand. If we increase supply, just basic economics, we hope that will help to meet some of the demand, and prices can begin to fall as vacancy rates increase. We also have equity ideas. And so, what the lens of equity means at least the way that I'm viewing it, is that we're trying to provide different types of housing. So it's not only large lot housing, so East Missoula, it's true. I think some of the commenters have said that lots in East Missoula are typically larger than the single family lots here. That's accurate. But part of this, the notion of equity is to provide more opportunities for housing, and smaller lots, increased density really help to do that. Also different types of housing. So this proposal has, a multi-dwelling component as well. And so we're trying to hit different price points. So there are other goals that we're trying to hit as well. I won't belabor it, but there's a real push at the city level, as you all know, in writing our updating the growth policy, or the land use plan as it's now called, in doing code reform. We're trying to make sure that our processes are predictable. We're trying to make sure that our goals are clear. And so with looking at equity, looking at housing and these types of things, looking at the demand that's out there and the needs for housing, that's where city staff ultimately ended up. And that's why we feel, along with looking at the criteria, it's not simply how we feel, we actually evaluate this under the criteria that we have in front of us. So looking at the growth policy, the zoning criteria, the subdivision criteria, et cetera, we feel that on balance, this proposal substantially complies with the rules in effect today. And so, long story short, that's why we recommend approval to you.
A couple follow-ups.
Sure, you bet.
Dave, one more for you. The planning board obviously has concerns with this project, with this development. I guess we could see that based on their votes from their meeting. But given everything that you just talked about with the city growth policy, and the county growth policy seems to call for some of this as well, because am I correct in understanding that the county growth policy calls for housing development on this parcel of land as well?
Yes, that's true.
So, and this might be a question that's more for the whole development staff that I have to get answered another time, but you're the one who's on the mic right now. So has the planning board given any indication as to why they have concern about this project that seems to meet those criteria that you outlined, but have no issues approving larger subdivisions that are out on farmland by the Y that would be defined as sprawl by any measure? Like, I'm just curious because it seems inconsistent with the goals that both the city and county growth policies call for.
Well, I know, there's a planning board summary and also minutes in the public record for you. There were lots of comments that the board members made. I think they were concerned, ultimately, and I've got to be honest with you, I'll editorialize a little bit and maybe get in trouble for it, but, there's a political component to this. And that is when there are people, when you propose development out at the Y and there are no neighbors, no people that will be impacted immediately, people don't show up. People don't voice concerns. In a case like this, there are people who will be impacted. I mean, honestly, if I lived along Summer Street and looked at a projected increase in traffic like is proposed here, I think I would have some concern as well. And I think that's legitimate, something to consider and try to mitigate. But there are, and so the planning board, there's a political component. There's also, I guess I'll just leave it at that. The summary and the minutes speak for themselves. I think the board was concerned about, a number of variances about the regulations. We've updated our subdivision regulations and our road standards very little over time. Like we've made minor updates to keep up with legislative changes, but those have been procedural as much as anything else, less substantive. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. Troy, it looks like you might have some thoughts as well, if you don't mind me passing the torch.
Thank you, Dave. Troy Monroe, city engineer. I just want to touch on some of the other items that we in Public Works see as focusing inward. So if there's an established sewer facilities, if there's established water facilities, those are main ones. And then if it's on a bus route, currently a lot of development is happening in the Linda Vista area. There is no bus route. Happening in Mullen area, no bus route. The Y area, no bus route. In the Mullen area, the Setupkin area, it took 20 years for us to establish the collector roads, put in a water main trunk line, and a $13 million federal grant to get that area ready for development. In the Linda Vista area, we have approved subdivisions clear to the southern edge of our utility service area. There's not going to be room to grow further south. There's not room to grow further north. So east and west is the direction we have to go. And in this location, there's enough density that there's a bus line already in place. To us, that makes a lot of sense that this is a focus inward subdivision.
Thanks. I have a few more questions, if that's okay.
A few, like 3? Keep going. We'll see.
Less than 3.
Okay, sounds good.
Actually, they're real quick. Dave, I have in my notes, and I think that this is a statement the developer said, but we've had a lot of comments about people asking about not being able to give feedback and change things. But someone stated, and so I assume it was the developer, that they started at 400 units and it's down to 252. And I believe those conversations started in the county, but then kind of came into the city, obviously, when the sewer conversation started up. Is that kind of an accurate statement as you understand it?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. I would actually appreciate some more clarity on that because I have it in my notes to clarify. So
I can share my screen and kind of show. I think we gave this in proposal earlier, but let's see if I can. So yeah, so when we went in the county, the one thing that's hard that I know the residents. Oops, I went too far here. There you go. So, one thing that's hard is you haven't heard from us a lot lately because you go through this process. So we started, when you look at this, when we had the county commissioner input, we did have 11 dwelling units an acre, so roughly 400. And we went through a lot of public comment through the 1 foot no access strip and pared that down. And like I said, the middle drawing is actually a restrictive covenants that we negotiated with the residents of East Missoula to be placed on the property at 8.5 dwelling units an acre. We went through and tried to fit some things in more, and so by the time we got done and really looked at, that actually had a lot of duplexes in it, and listened more to go to single family, we ended up at 7.1. But, once we submit to the city, we turned in our package with these drawings like 17 months ago. We turned the package in, so there's not a lot of, once you turn that in for review, the public comment part is kind of done. It's hard to go change everything again. So we did listen initially, but it's really hard when you go back and you're like, oh, you haven't listened to us in the last month, but you can't change things once we turn this package in. But we really feel like initially we did, and that's how we ended up with, a lot more single family at 7 dwelling units an acre, even though the restrictive covenant says that we negotiated with the residents is at a higher rate.
Thanks. I have no more questions.
Are you sure? I mean, if you have, please, do you have additional questions? I know this is a big one.
No, I think that most of the other council members got them. No, the only question I have, I think, would actually be for the county, and it was around open space. But because the county growth plan calls for development here, I don't think that it was ever seriously considered for open space. So I think that kind of answers that question.
Okay. All right. Additional questions? Councilor Jones?
Just to clarify, we had earlier discussed an amendment regarding the 62-foot easement. And given what Parks provided, the information, I think it's best to leave that at this point. So I appreciate Parks leaning into the meeting. Down the road, it certainly can be a possibility. And I'm imagining that if there is, if the school eventually is tipped up in that area because there's enough kids back in East Missoula to have that population, there'll still be connectivity through the park for kids walking to school. So that's a good thing. But for now, I think I will leave that amendment off because it's getting a little bit too complicated after what Parks went through their analysis.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And Councilor Campbell, questions?
No questions, just comments at this point.
Okay.
If I may.
All right, you bet. We'll come. You bet. Go right ahead.
Okay, we'll give this a crack. So I'm wholeheartedly in support of the resolution to annex and the adoption of the ordinance to rezone the subject property. I think it's a good match with the focus inward policy that David Grand Prix just mentioned. I think it mesh well with the long-term plan for that area out there. I think, in particular, the improvement plans that are upcoming for Highway 200 will help accommodate some of the traffic concerns. I do think the developer has done their due diligence with regards to access and improvements above and beyond on Summers Street, going out from the subdivision to Highway 200. So quite a bit of due diligence has been accomplished. However, I do have some concerns with regards to the 8 variances. And I'm just going to read here from staff report slide here dealing with variance review criteria, one bullet point in particular. The hardship has not been created by the applicant or the applicant's agent or assigns. So we're talking hardship being the key word here, not been created by the applicant. Now, we go back to last Wednesday's committee meeting when this was brought back to committee. The developer's representative stood up here and brought up a number of variances to reiterate, and I'm just going to number them here in the order in which they were presented. So I'm talking specifically about variances number 2, 3, 5, 7, and 8. And in each of those instances, last Wednesday, the agent for the developer came up here and said, well, I'll just use number 2 here for an example. This is the water slide drive to have a 50-foot right-of-way easement instead of 70. In this case, he gave mention of the fact that if you want it to be 70 feet, we could live with 70 feet. And then these other variances, it was, we have this, but we could live with this if you want to live with it. So now, when I hear that, I think through my mind, okay, are we talking about hardship or are we talking about inconvenience on the development? And I've been ruminating on this since I heard that on Wednesday. I was a little bit dismayed by it, quite frankly. So I can't look at the criteria for variance here and talk about hardship when I keep hearing time and time again from the developer's agent what amounts to, no, it's not hardship, not really, it's inconvenience. So insofar as the variances are concerned, I'm talking about variances 2, 3, 5, 7, and 8. I will not be in support of those variances, and given the number of variances which I cannot in good conscience support, I will also not be in support of the subdivision preliminary plat. So thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Councilor Campbell. And Councilor Melson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Davis. Just like Alderman Campbell over there, I've been studying this project, heard a lot from constituents and also from folks in the county without representation. And I've also made a field trip out to the site just this weekend to have a look. I also want to acknowledge that the subdivision does align with our growth plan, and it does align with our growth policy. It provides infill, horizontal infrastructure, new housing units, and parkland. But I have reservations due to the inconsistency and the discrepancy that persists in the project. Specifically, the discrepancy between the city and county buffer for the riparian area. That is a big one for me. I care a lot about protecting our river and our riparian areas and feel that a larger buffer is necessary to protect our marquee natural asset, the Clark Fork River. Public safety. The expected increase in traffic and the corresponding impacts to bicycle and pedestrian safety is concerning. The fact that the traffic study hasn't been updated to reflect the new recreation development at Sherrill and at Marshall gives me uncertainty about just how many daily trips will occur and the impacts and congestion on bicyclists and pedestrians. You know, the unanimous denial from the planning board, I don't think that should be taken lightly. And I think it was largely predicated on the number of variances that Alderman Campbell brought up. The planning board said it was too dense. The residents are saying that it's too dense. I think a key indicator of that is the sheer number of variance requests, which to me is a strong signal that the design is not appropriate for the site. So considering all of these factors collectively, I find it difficult to support the project. I feel like the risks of and unanswered questions outweigh the costs. And it's something that really struck with me. It was mentioned tonight again, which is, I think the residents understand that there will be a development here. Like this is a logical place for a development, but I think we can do better than what has been presented. I think that we can look at the density again and find more compatible solutions that enhance the existing neighborhood and make life great for that area. So as it stands for me, I'm a no on this one, but I appreciate the consideration.
Appreciate your comments, Councilor Melson. Thank you. Are there others? I see Councilor Nugent, Campbell, Melson, your hands are both raised, but I believe that both, yeah, great, thank you. Councilor Nugent.
Thanks, Mayor Davis. I struggle with this because, a lot of folks in the neighborhood, I've heard from people I know who live in bordering areas that are very concerned about it. I think I do want to touch on a couple things. My comments from my two colleagues that just went right before me. Sometimes I think that variances are misunderstood a little bit in this process, and some of the variances in land use are caused by barriers that the municipality puts in place that the developer otherwise could not overcome without variances. One of those would be the street lengths or the block lengths. There's only one way out. The county wouldn't do the road through the park, which I actually agree with. I think that protects the neighborhood a little bit, but that does limit. That does create some of these blocks that are longer, create some of those things. The variance for the road width that narrows as it connects to what used to be the no build was to slow traffic as it goes into a neighborhood that really fought against it. And for some period of time, some of those people moved in and thought that they would never have through traffic because there was an erroneously placed no build zone right at the end of that street. So, I think that there's a little bit of a misnomer that if we're approving variances, it means that we're basically saying, oh, here's a rule and yeah, sure, break it. But I don't think that the conversation on a variance in land use is ever that simple. And I don't think that our staff ever recommends variances that don't have very ground out thought. So I understand the hardship, but I think that the point that the developer was making is, take the road that doesn't narrow. They could build the road to the same length, but then it hits another road that is narrower. And so at some point it's got to narrow down, and it's not a road that's got any driveways on it. So, I think that, factoring some of that stuff in is part of the conversation. I appreciate that Mr. DeGrand said, if he lived on Summers, he would have concerns about traffic. I think that that's a natural reaction for people who live near development. And, one thing that is really consistent in my time on council is that a lot of these comments are the same no matter what neighborhood we're talking about development in. And that's true for the stuff we've been looking at in Ward 5 out in Miller Creek. That's true for the stuff out in Mullen, even when the neighbors are brand new next to what will be future development. I'm sure that's going to be true with the stuff we're looking at in Ward 4 starting on Wednesday. It's just the month of land use, I guess. So I think that, a lot of that does carry on. And one of the things that's always been tough as I've been part of these conversations is when so much about what somebody enjoys about where they live, views, borders someone else's property that does have the right to do other things with it. And it struck me that, there were a lot of comments that talked about how people understand that this is going to be developed at some point. But then there were also a lot of comments that any development would impact kind of what some people were talking about. And, in an area that both the city and the county growth plan call for some type of development, I think that can be tough. I also, having sat through enough of this, and I chair the Land Use and Planning Committee and have been involved in different levels of these conversations and advocated at the state level for better subdivision laws that are maybe more user-friendly for everybody, residents and developers alike. But, I recognize that some of the things that we talk about a lot that seem to come up a lot, like affordability and making the neighborhood better for the neighbors and adding conditions to improve things like that, like all that impacts cost. And, I don't know what the total bill will be to do the sidewalks from this subdivision all the way to Highway 200 on Summers, but that's not cheap. And the people who are going to pay for that it's not the developer, it's the people buying the houses. And I think that it's a good thing to do, and I support it because I think it addresses a lot of the major concerns, but we can't sit and say, well, this development's not affordable enough, but also here's millions of dollars of off-site improvements we need you to do. Like it doesn't work that way. And we, the city, know this because the project that we're trying to help people do for the Community Land Trust to create permanently affordable home ownership opportunities, I mean, that's a very expensive development, and we keep running into things that add more to that. So I do think that it's important to kind of note some of that. I want to address a few other comments. And I don't mean to offend anybody in the room, but I want to make some observations. There's been a lot of talk about East Missoula and the desire not to be annexed, and whether that is 2 years or 10 years or somewhere in between. It's the second version of that, and the first iteration of that agreement was because the sewer came out because East Missoula needed sewer, and if sewer hadn't come out, I really wonder where East Missoula would be, and if it would be similar to where West Riverside is, just further down Highway 200 right now, which doesn't have sewer and is really in a world of hurt because the ability to put in new sewer systems when they fail, to put in wells and things like that is greatly impacted by the density of those lots, and not a single one of them meet the current criteria for distancing between a well and a septic system. And that would be the case in East Missoula as well. And the residents of East Missoula paid for that sewer infrastructure to come in through a rural SID, but the ability for that to even come in existed because the city of Missoula and the residents of the city of Missoula had already invested in a sewer system. And so this kind of conversation about annexation, being a county resident versus a city resident, there are great benefits to the people of East Missoula to live next to the city. And there are also, I think, things that the fight against annexation, honestly, I think it's probably delayed some of the infrastructure improvements that a lot of people talk about that are missing in East Missoula, like sidewalks and things like that. The only time those infrastructure projects have come in is if somebody comes in and builds something, or for instance, Summers with this project now, or a grant for Highway 200. And one of the other comments talked a lot about the condition of traffic now and trying to turn on to Highway 200 now. And all that says to me is that this grant that the city and the county applied for the Highway 200 infrastructure is gonna include some sort of traffic controlling systems at some intersection in East Missoula, whether the Aspire subdivision goes in or not. So I think it's probably not fair to say the only reason that would be needed would be the Aspire subdivision over the next 10 years. I do have some frustrations with the planning board and their approach to some of these things, because I do think that it's important to weigh everything. But I have participated in county subdivision conversations around protecting ag land and protecting open space, and focus inward is something that I've been committed to. And to me, a project that is bordered by land that's been developed basically at every corner that Connect the Sewer is focus inward, and it meets the criteria that we've said that we believe are important. Would I love to have a different project? Sure. Would I love it to be more perfect? Sure. But I also don't own this land. And I think that's also a misnomer, although credit to everybody in the audience today, nobody accused the city of coming up with this idea. Because usually in land use, people come and yell at us and it's like, this was your idea. No, that's not how this works. The developers came up with an idea. They went to the county first, started talking to the county, started talking to the city because they're asking permission to do something on land that they own. This is not city-owned land. It's not county-owned land. So I appreciate everybody who's participated in this. But I do think that I will be supporting this tonight for so many of the reasons that I think we've outlined in our growth policy over the year, but also what the county outlines in their growth policy. And, Mr. Melson mentioned the riparian area, and that was one of my big concerns at first, and it still is. But I read the packet. I've seen the comments from the state agencies that are relevant to this. I also recognize that on both sides of this property, there's development that goes closer to the river than the riparian area that the county would suggest for this. And to me, that doesn't really make too much sense either. So again, that's kind of where I stand, but I recognize that I don't know how the vote's going to go tonight. And I think that actually is good, because I would like to think that people recognize nobody came into this room with a predetermined outcome. So.
Thank you, Councilor Nugent, for your comments. I thought I had Miss Jones up there. Yes, okay.
I never remembered to take my hand down, so I was trying to do it when you were calling on me, and then I did it too early. So I wanted to thank everybody first for all the comments. I've read all of the packet and the huge amount of attachments, and I appreciated being able to send this back to committee to really flesh out some more answers to questions I had. I'll just go through a few little topics. Mike has spoken extensively, and other folks too. This does really come within our growth policy, and for me that's a very, very important key, because this community spent several years creating that growth policy. It's a really thoughtful growth policy, and it points Missoula forward, and it calls for infill. It calls for that focus inward. I've been out to East Missoula hundreds of times, and I went out there, I think a week and a half ago, prior to last week's committee meeting, to look at this specifically. It's 2 to 3 minutes away. It's really close. It's close to downtown. It's close to our university. It's very accessible compared to the development that's happening way out past Mullen. That takes a long time to get to other things in Missoula. This is so close. So when I hear Troy Monroe talking about how we are expanding east and west, to me, East Missoula is an area that the city should be looking at for more density, and this fits that. It fits our growth policy. This is more density going in, and that causes a huge amount of tension in our community. So I totally acknowledge that, and I appreciate that. And the projects that have been in my specific ward where it has been infill, we've had meetings just like this that have gone very late into the night. And then they get built, and then eventually it works out pretty well. That's what I've seen. Having gone out there, summers is an issue. I'm glad there'll be improvements, and I'm sure there will be more conversations about speed mitigation, how to slow folks down, and I'm hopeful that eventually the rest of the grid gets filled out more so that there is more access, because that's what we have to do in different areas of Missoula to make traffic flow better. The fact that there is the federal grant for Highway 200 corridor, excuse me, I think is super helpful, because there will be more people living in East Missoula, and that's just so good that that grant was acquired and can go towards improving this infrastructure. So finally, I am fine with the variances, because I think with infill, you get a lot of variances because it's hard to do infill. It's hard to make it work. And that's where those thoughtful variances come in to make a better project in the long run. So they're not set in stone. It's a tool to use. And if we need to vary from the tool to get a better result, I don't think that's the way I view them. So I'm fine with the variances, and I will be supporting this project.
Okay. Thank you for your comments, Councilor Jones. Councilor Anderson.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. And I do want to add my thanks to all the folks who've come in tonight, who've submitted public comment, who have been to council committee meetings. Your comments were, definitely taken into consideration. As I was looking at this project, it led to, going out to the area, as well as asking some of the questions that we have over the course of time. And, I think I was the one who sent it back to committee just to allow more time for us, because it is a complicated project. And I, at first, when this first came before us, wasn't sure how I felt about it. But where I've come down to, and the reason why I'll be supporting it, is because I do feel as though it does fit a lot of our objectives, especially when Mr. Grand Prix really walked through us in terms of the density that would be allowed in the county versus the density allowed in the city. It is not a significant difference. And so because this is asking to be a subdivision, it is coming before us, giving us a chance to have an engaging community dialogue. Whereas if this wasn't coming and wanting to be a subdivision, it could just go to the county and they could pull permits and this thing would be built, and there wouldn't be an opportunity to have this public back and forth. And so I think that there's value in that. And similar to Councilmember Jones, in all of my time on council, I've never, with a land use thing, had a bunch of neighbors come in and be like, "We're so excited, this is awesome, thank you so much." There has always been concerns because, and they're legitimate. It's like more traffic, more people, what's the concerns? And I think that this project tries to mitigate some of that. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. No project that we approve that comes before us is perfect. Would I love to be able to mandate that they provide affordable, actually truly affordable housing? Absolutely. But we are not legally allowed to do that. I think that that is a frustration for the folks who are in the audience, as well as shared by myself and other council members, in terms of our ability to influence affordability and housing and all the good and bad that comes with it, because we cannot control the price of land. We cannot control what the labor market is. We cannot control what materials costs, and what a developer buys privately for a piece of land and what they want to do with it, has a lot of different components that go into this. I think that the people of East Missoula realize that infill is coming. We were intentional about putting out the sewer there, and we delayed annexation because we realized that it would be a cost burden to both annex them in and have them pay off their rural SID to be able to have the sewer system extend out to the East Missoula. And so I think we've been mindful of that. This is, a lot of people, are watching their pennies who live there. And so it would be a double whammy to have annexed and had the sewer SID on top of it. So being mindful of that, as well as, delaying the annexation. I think annexation is coming, and I think that it's kind of been signposted for a while now. And what this particular housing development, I think, provides that we're kind of missing in some of the comments is that it's from the developer has said it will provide a variety of housing types. Yes, I would imagine the houses most close to the river with a river view are going to be on the higher end, but there's multifamily, smaller single family, and variety, I think, is important because we do need all housing types. And there are lots of people in our community who will benefit from having access to some of this housing opportunities. And we can't control who comes in and buys these houses, but I do know that, the majority of Missoulians are renters, and having more housing stock is important. And looking through my notes down here, I agree and I appreciate that what Mr. Monroe and Mr. Nugent have pointed out in terms of brownfield versus sprawl, and thus therefore contributing to more variances, because it's a lot harder to kind of fit something in that where it already exists versus just going and plowing an empty field and starting from scratch. But we need infill, and that's important for our housing policy. It's not just the city's housing policy, it's the county's housing policy. So I appreciate that, and I'll wrap my comments here now, which I realize many people are not pleased with, but that, I am pleased that this project will provide for infrastructure on Summers, because I think that that is a legitimate concern with increased traffic and making sure that people can continue to move about their neighborhood. So there is no sidewalks. There will be sidewalks because of this project. And that, unfortunately, we would love to be able to mandate that there is, some sort of immediate dealings with Highway 2 and the intersection of Summers, but that's the county. So I encourage all of you to make sure to have your voices heard in terms of going to the county and demanding that they put some of this grant money directly towards that. I think we all recognize that even without this particular development, it would infrastructure needs there in East Missoula have been seriously lacking, and this grant provides a good opportunity. And we, with the tools we have within the city, are trying to make and incentivize as much infrastructure as possible, but there's more to be done for sure. So I appreciate the time to make my comments. I realize that they were not necessarily welcomed by all, but I will be in support of this, and yes, look forward to the day when the perfect project comes before us and everyone is happy about it.
Okay. Thank you for your comments, Councilor Anderson. And I do believe that that wraps up our council comments. And, before we take a vote, I just want to recognize the careful consideration that everyone has given, including audience members. Development is not easy to live with. I think we all recognize that, longstanding Montanans, when we see or even if you've been here a short time, change is hard. And there's a lot to consider, I think, when it comes down to the amount of complexity with a project like this. But I just wanted to recognize the amount of thoughtfulness that has gone in, regardless of how folks vote. And I also just wanted to recognize the respectful comments that came from the audience tonight. Oftentimes when people are opposed to something, sometimes emotion can take the better part of humanity sometimes. And I want to recognize just how respectful the audience has been and your comments this evening. And so just want to recognize you for that. Thank you. Okay, so with that, I believe that we will start our roll call votes. And so, Ms. Trimble, you are on task to start the roll call vote for each of the motions. Please let me know how I can be of assistance.
I think we'll just start at the top. So the first vote needed is to adopt a resolution to annex the subject property as shown in Exhibit A and apply RT 5.4 residential city zoning to the property. Beginning with, I think we're at Jordan.
No.
Melson.
No.
Give me 1 second. Nugent.
Yes.
Sherrill.
Yes.
Vasecka.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Campbell.
Yes.
Carlino.
We may have.
Still on?
I do not see Councilor Carlino on the call any longer.
All right, we'll give him a chance when he comes
Oh, I
back.
do see he's on, but not sure he's available. He may not
Jones.
Yes.
Okay. Daniel Carlino, are you on the call?
Okay, must not be.
We'll count that as an abstention since he was here.
Okay.
And that is 6 in favor and 2 opposed. So that does meet our 2/3 requirement for that vote.
Okay.
Moving on.
Passes.
The next vote is to approve the adoption of an ordinance to rezone the subject property as shown and legally described in Exhibits A and B from RT 5.4 residential to RT 5. Residential NC-A Aspire Neighborhood Character Overlay. Beginning with Melson.
No.
Nugent.
Yes.
Sherrill.
Yes.
Vasecka.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Campbell.
Yes.
Carlino. We'll come back. Jones.
Yes.
Jordan.
No.
Okay, good. Again, that's 6 in favor, 2 opposed, and 1 not voting. Our next vote is number 3, to approve the variance request from Article 3, Section 3-020.2, Table .2A of the City Subdivision Regulations to allow Aspire Loop, Hardwood Place, Jumbo Drive, Crosscut Way, Summer Street on-site, and a portion of Waterside Drive on-site to have a 62-foot right-of-way easement instead of the typical 70-foot for the low-density urban local street type. Beginning with Nugent.
Yes.
Sherrill.
Yes.
Vasecka.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Campbell.
Yes.
Carlino. Come back. Jones.
Yes.
Jordan.
No.
Melson.
No.
And that is also 6 in favor, 2 opposed, 1 not voting. Next vote, approve the variance request from Article 3, Section 3-020.2, Table .2A and 3-020.4.n to allow the northernmost approximately 415 feet of Waterside Drive to have a 45-foot right-of-way easement instead of a 70-foot and to have 1 parking lane instead of 2. Beginning with Sherrill.
Yes.
Vasecka.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Campbell.
No.
Carlino. Jones.
Yes.
Jordan.
No.
Melson.
No.
Nugent.
Yes.
Same vote. Moving on to approve the variance request from Article 3, Section 3-020, Table dot 2A to allow a sidewalk on one.
Ms. Trimble?
That was 5-3 and 1 abstained, not 6-2 and 1 abstained.
You're correct. I have it right on my. We should just say it every time.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome. Yes. 5 in favor, 3 opposed, 1 abstaining. Okay. Approve the variance request from Article 3, Section 3-020, Table dot 2A to allow a sidewalk on one side of a spire loop instead of 2 for approximately 460 feet, beginning with Vasecka.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Campbell.
No.
Carlino. Abstain. Jones.
Yes.
Jordan.
No.
Melson.
No.
Nugent.
Yes.
And Sherrill.
Yes.
And that was 5 in favor, 3 opposed, 1 not voting. Next vote, approve the variance from City Subdivision Regulations, Article 3-030.2.A2 to allow the block surveyings lots 1 through 18 and 103 to 113 to exceed the maximum 180-foot block length requirement. Back to Anderson.
Yes.
Campbell.
Yes.
Carlino. Jones.
Yes.
Jordan.
No.
Melson.
No.
Nugent.
Yes.
Sherrill.
Yes.
And Vasecka.
Yes.
That was 6 in favor, 2 opposed. Next variance request is from Article 3, Section 3-030.2.A2 to allow the blocks serving lots 19 to 31, 114 to 123, and 47 and 48 to exceed the maximum 480 foot block length requirement, beginning with Campbell.
No.
Carlino. Jones.
Yes.
Jordan.
No.
Melson.
No.
Nugent.
Yes.
Sherrill.
Yes.
Vasecka.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
And that's 5 in favor, 3 opposed, 1 not voting. Next vote, approve a variance from the Article 3, Section 3-030.A or .2.A-2 to allow the blocks serving lots 32 through 46, 68 through 87 to exceed the maximum 480-foot block length requirement, beginning with Jones.
Yes.
Jordan?
No.
Melson?
No.
Nugent?
Yes.
Sherrill?
Yes.
Vasecka?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Carlino? And that's 6 in favor, 2 opposed, 1 not voting. Next vote, approve the variance from the subdivision regulations, Article 3, Section 3-030.1.C3 to allow lots 62, 65, and 66 to abut and have access to an alley instead of a private or a public or private street or road. Beginning with Jones.
Yes.
Jordan.
No.
Melson.
No.
Nugent.
Yes.
Sherrill.
Yes.
Vasecka.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Campbell.
No.
Carlino. That is 5 in favor, 3 opposed. Vote number 10. Approve a variance from the subdivision regulations, Article 3, Section 3-030.2.A2 to allow the blocks serving lots 58 through 67 to exceed the maximum 48-foot block length requirement. Beginning with Jordan.
No.
Melson.
No.
Nugent.
Yes.
Sherrill.
Yes.
Vasecka.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Campbell.
No.
Carlino. Jones.
Yes.
That's again 5 in favor, 3 opposed. Vote number 11, approve the Aspire Phased Subdivision Preliminary Plat application subject to the recommended conditions of approval based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law in the staff report. Beginning with Melson.
No.
Nugent.
Yes.
Sherrill.
Yes.
Vasecka.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Campbell.
No.
Carlino. Jones.
Yes.
And Jordan.
No.
That's 5 in favor, 3 opposed.
Okay.
And that's all I voted.
Okay. Thank you very much. I want to thank you again and members of the public and the community that came down and spent all evening this evening, in addition to others. Thank you for coming down, providing your comment, your input, your thoughtfulness. And we will continue on in our meeting here with a few more items that we have. We have already taken care of business in 9.3. As we mentioned, 9.3A will be postponed. And we voted on 9.3B, the budget revised resolution. So we will move on to public comment on non-agenda items. So again, these are non-agenda items this evening. If anybody has a public comment on a non-agenda item, please come on up to the microphone now. Not seeing any in the room. How about online? Do we have public comment on non-agenda items tonight? I'm not seeing any online. So that wraps up our public comment on non-agenda items. Next is communications from the mayor, and I shared a little bit earlier. Just again, want to recognize the thoughtfulness of our community, including our elected officials and those of our community members. These are hard times, and I know we're all considering what we need, and that's the extent of my comments. How about for comments from city council members? I'm going to start in the room tonight and look to you, Councilor Campbell.
Thank you, ma'am. Mayor, I'll pass tonight.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Jones?
I'll pass too, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Nugent?
No comments tonight.
Okay, thank you.
I'll
Mr.
also
Melson?
pass, thanks.
Okay, you bet. And Councilor Sherrill? None? Okay. How about council members that are online? Any comments this evening?
I'll pass, thank you.
Okay. And I see Councilor Jordan is also saying no thank you, but I see Councilor Vasecka.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind folks that we do not have council next week due to Labor Day, and therefore no committee meetings either. Thanks.
Really appreciate you always making sure that you remind us at the end of the meeting on that kind of stuff. It's good to just keep folks attuned to our schedule. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. I do think that that wraps us up, everybody. Thank you. I know it was a long one. It was definitely dense. And thank you again, everybody, for your service. With that, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn the meeting at 10:23. Thank you. That was great. I appreciate you doing that. Thank you, because I forget. Thanks. You bet. Everybody take